Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a young child, Celeste Highcrest wouldn't have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury that she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land beyond the veil, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set very high standards for his two children. The elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Saran trained his two daughters in the art of magic and history, a respected wizard himself. Cressida had leaned into this as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled, fighting the shadow of her sister's success. She never quite met the expectations of her family, and was always the object of her father's disappointed glances. When the sisters came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the archives, to be mentored under his tutelage, and to be admitted to the sanctum of archives to scribe ancient texts and tomes. Cressida, to no one's surprise, surpassed all expectations and gained entrance. Celeste, however, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best, and was rejected. It was rare that one of her status should choose to leave the homeland, but never being able to escape the overshadowing of her sister, the youngest elf decided it was time to break free of her family and forge her own path. If she remained here, she would always be Cressida's sister, nothing more. But if she were to leave this place behind, perhaps she could prove herself as her own person. She found her way, eventually, to a hidden doorway, a portal to the material plane, and stepped through. She found the world familiar, yet strange. She walked, realizing now that whatever she had left, whatever power, had been left behind her. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell. Celeste travelled for years, traversing oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home to her family as a tribute. But eventually the news reached her. When she had crossed into this world, the doorway closed behind her, locking and leaving her stranded, with an entire universe between her and her home and family. And now, Celeste wanders and waits, desperate for answers that will lead her home again.
Drekik Yorksan, a white dragonborn who grew up in the area of Utevshal in Ogralan. My father was the Earl of Kriegsgard. The area was heavily contested by the opposing threat from Uzan Karul and the Blood Renderer. When I was 7, our village was attacked, and my mother was lost to us. My father, disappointed in my lack of strength and unable to care for me, gave me to the priests. They raised me and taught me the ways of the gods. It was here I studied the best I could. but as I stared for hours over books and scrolls, the markings could never seem to make sense. The occasional word I could read, but most were lost to me, due to this dreaded curse in my eyes, making the world seem blurred. It was only through listening and paying attention to the prayers and the ways of the priests that I was able to memorize the ways, without ever needing to learn to read properly. After 8 years of service, my father returned for me, saying that it was time for me to return and defend my clan. I never liked war. The killing and bloodshed did not appeal to me as it did my father and brother. One night, I tried to make peace with the enemy by healing their wounded and sick, but I was betrayed. It was in this way that the village on the border of Iswalan was run over, and I was banished from my home to walk a path of shame for the rest of my days.
Hello. You're a cheeky looking fella. What are you up to? Oh, I think you must be a sheep. Come join us by the fire. I got a friend here. He's a fox. Yeah. Have some of that. Oh, that looks yum. My name's Ingwe. This is my first day here. First day out here. Yeah, fox. Nice. Yeah, my tribe, we tell the stories of the world. And when we're old enough, like me, ready, they reckon, we head out into the world and go on a quest, adventure. Well, that's what I want to do. I want to do a quest or adventure. Some people just, like hang with people and listen to their stories. But I think I want to do something exciting. That's my plan anyway. But you never know what's going to happen. I mean, I've lived 300 moons, but everything's so different out here. Like, you guys can't talk. Wow, I'll figure it out. I'll figure out how to get you guys to talk to me, because this is a pretty one-sided conversation at the moment. Here, nice. That's one-sided conversation because you're a sheep and you're a fox. Anyway, so as I was saying, we head out into the world and try and find some stories and try and meet some people. Some people like you could be the people, although you're pretty quiet. You could be the people that I meet and take back, and you can hang with me and my tribe, and we can tell stories. It's about a fire, Does that sound like a good idea? No? You probably already have someone to hang with. Oh well. Well, you're friendly enough as it is. So, the other thing we got to find is, we've got to get a scar. Some people have, like, emotional scars, but, you know what, I'm real keen to, like, get a cool one, like, on my shoulder, maybe, like a leg scar. Yeah, that'd be good. And then, see how we're going. The magic out here is weird. They did say that it'd be hard. Must be back home, must be the, the elders. They're pretty tight, those guys. Have to be pretty firm on the rules. So I'm pretty keen to come out here and try some different things. We're allowed to do whatever we want out here in the world. Just whatever takes our fancy. And then be ready when we go home to, be all tight like the elders and follow the rules. Be pretty lawful, be good, that sort of thing. Well, it's been nice chatting to you. Come closer. That's alright. Nice and safe by the fire.
Sheep though.
Meh.
Animal abuse.
The
We
spring
are
should
back
start.
again.
Meh.
Well, it did. Everyone heard everything.
Oh, good.
10 minutes. No, just a meh.
Damn you.
We're definitely not talking about sheep, but welcome back to Monsters and Mayhem, those of you who are crazy enough to drop in. So, today we have a full cast back, and we'll see what that means later. Anyway, we have a lovely Discord. If any of you are aching for some D&D, or just want to hang out with some D&D like-minded individuals, or look at people's pets in a admiration kind of way, or in a I wish I had a dog that looks like that, or could hang upside down in a balcony using trapeze or whatever these animals are doing. I don't quite know. It's a little bit up and down sometimes. Yeah,
I
you
will
should join
just
our
add
Discord.
to that, I posted a really cute photo of my cat last night. So definitely join just to see that. It's the most fucking adorable thing ever. I died inside because he's so
I
cute.
haven't seen it yet. Now
If
I
it's the picture I think of, it looks like a lion. Because I don't know what happened with the dimensions, but that's probably a different photo then.
That's a different. That was the
That's
day
different.
before.
Oh.
I do like to post photos of my cats.
Yes, crazy cat lady. There is always one on a Discord, and Laura has taken that position to heart. We also play
cute little cat.
games
I know. Look at
sometimes.
his little palm.
Cats. What can you do? What can you do?
You're welcome.
We also have game nights sometimes. We're still trying to figure out which day it's going to be permanently. But if you drop in, maybe you can help decide which day we're going to be playing Among Us or other weird space games or computer games or whichever. It depends. We change it all the time. Or you can find a place to play D&D with other people in your vicinity or online, depending on whatever you fancy. So, I don't think there's any more announcements in my head other than the usual voices. But yeah, like I said, we're all back. I am Tom, the Dungeon Master and producer of Monsters and Mayhem. And if you have more dice, what was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say. If you have more dice, then interesting. Brain farts, then you come to the right place. I guess I'll figure out what I was going to say next time. Anyway, let me put on a little bit of chilly music, which has nothing to do with anything creepy whatsoever.
It's so cold where we are, right? That's
It is a bit cold where you are.
So cold in Australia right now.
So cold.
Well, not here, but
Just a cool 32 degrees today or something.
Ooh, boy.
Is that not working?
It was 32 degrees where I am at 10 o'clock this morning. And I was like, oh,
Yeah,
good.
there you go.
And I had to work next to a
Boring.
broken sewage pipe all day. It was glorious.
Wow. You talk about your coworkers like that? Anyway, putting on a little bit of background noise. Get into it. And, that was probably a little bit too loud.
Everybody
Yeah,
headphones
Stormlord's
have just
very angry.
exploded.
There you go. So,
Just turn it down.
just a little bit of reference. So, what happened last time? You started your journey towards, you believe Silverward was the best choice to go to, because you had heard something about something with boats, as far as you believed. And you started your little trek. And some of you tried flying for the first time on the back of a giant eagle, or I think it was a giant eagle, if I'm not mistaken. Something with wings. It was probably just an ostrich. Very low flying. You headed off from King's Hill, and you had a few interesting encounters on the way. One of them was that you saw an aurora, which is a beautiful thing to observe at night in the snow outside. It was very cold. You also met some strange little hairy penguin-like creatures that seemed to be very interested in stealing from you. And some of you lost some healing potions because of these creatures. But otherwise, they seemed harmless. No one was killed. No one was injured, except for a little bit of Drekic's pride, maybe. However, everything went according to plan, other than that. And then you ended up at the Cursed Vale, where you spent an awful lot of time trying to figure out why it was called the Cursed Vale, but you couldn't quite figure it out. You talked to a lot of individuals, and yeah, everything seemed like it was completely kosher. You went through the Cursed Vale, and on the way, someone had the brilliant idea to check if there was fiends, undead, dragons, or whatnot. And there was indeed a fiend within this Cursed Vale, which is a forest. You spent a lot of time talking about what to do with this thing without knowing what it was, and eventually you ended up meeting it. It was Maddie's Moon Pies, a hag or hag-like creature selling pies and pastries in the middle of the forest, especially chocolates, she seemed very polite, and she seemed to want to have everyone try some of her chocolates and some of her pastries and buy some of it. But Drekik and Ingwe seemed extremely aggressive and forced her to rip off the side of her own building to walk outside to offer them chocolate because she couldn't get out of the door due to a magic circle spell, which unfortunately meant that there's some renovation that needs to be had. She was extremely polite, even under the circumstances, and even with a little bit of aggression in her tone, maybe she had everyone leave safely. Some of them with free samples of chocolate, some of them actually bought something. I believe that Ingwe bought a few pastries, I believe, some pies or something. And that was the end of that. You went to the other end of the Cursed Vale, where there was a little village known as Ceylon, which everyone was freaking out about because it's so close to Salem, and you are at the Cursed Vale. But nothing seemed to transpire. Everything was perfectly well. It was a little bit of a bigger city. There was an inn. The bare naked... What was it? This one? There was two of them. One was the bare naked lady. The other one was the bare naked something.
Half naked mermaid. And then bare naked mudman.
Yes, Mudman. So, you decided to put the tent up outside instead of going into the city. And I believe that that's pretty much where we left off. Everyone had a good night's sleep, so if anyone needs a long rest, you can click the button. You can spam it 7 times if you want to. Just don't look in the mirror and say, Maddie's moon pie. Anyway.
Can I just clarify?
Yep.
How big is the tent?
It's pretty big. I can show you.
Yeah, what would the radius of the tent be?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me just see if I can find it.
5 foot by 5 foot. Turns out we've all been basically.
Just been laying on top of each other.
Yeah.
No, it's quite big. I don't have anything to measure with right now. It is, I'll say, it's about 30 feet long and about 20 feet wide.
Excellent.
So it's pretty big. You also do have a container of unstoppable paper thingies in the middle with your leaflets. But other than that, yes, correct. It's quite big.
And if,
So,
I was just,
yeah, you go.
over, then I was just going to clarify roughly how long along the way we are. To Silver
So do you have the map of King Hill?
Yeah.
Of the kingdom. Not kingdom. So if you see where the Cursed Vale is, there is a little dot above the V in Vale.
Yep.
That city, you are pretty much like within 500 meters or maybe a kilometer of that,
Gotcha.
but not in it.
But I
And the
think
next
just because I saw a
stop.
couple dots around and I was like,
Yeah.
Depending which one of those we're at. Yeah,
Yep.
okay,
You decided to
cool.
go straight through it, so that's pretty much where you ended up. It took you the majority of the day to get through the Cursed Vale.
Okay.
And the next stop, as you had at least talked about, was going to be Kalas.
Yeah, cool.
Seems like a good enough place to go.
Ken, as we get to this village, I'm going to stop putting a roof on the temple so that the tent can fit inside.
You're gonna what, sorry?
Stop putting a roof on the temple
Okay.
so that the tent can fit inside, and it's just going to be a wall.
Right. So that's another thing that you have seen. Sean, you had seen Ingwe, at least on 2 occasions, pretty much building a stone structure that looked like a temple. And
Okay.
you're making a third one now, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, so you're making a third one now. Cool.
I made one last night.
All good.
I should actually.
Do you fly ahead today, or
We flew ahead to yesterday to get
Yeah.
to the Hag.
but you stayed with us today?
Yeah, because when we went to the Hag,
Yeah.
Celeste and John went and snuck in the bush, which is why the Hag only hates us.
Yes, but Hag also knows their names because we were left out.
I feel like there's a little bit of gaslighting going on here, but let's continue.
Alright.
Well, you end up in the morning or waking up having a wonderful fresh breath of air as the occasional stream of air comes through from outside. You're always a little bit nice and cozy in there, but it is pretty cold outside.
Summertime.
Yep.
I love the smell of snow in the morning.
I mean, the fresh fall of rain or snow is both good, so it's a nice thing to get up to. I agree. Doesn't make you want to get out though.
As I lean up against the wall and pull out the little prayer book and start reading. And Sean's going to take a little bit longer this morning because he wants to really start getting stuck into that book a bit more.
Very well. No problem. Have a little bit of a read.
Drakik's going to just have a short walk around the camp and try and start.
All right. Morning prayers. Right, let's get into our routine. All right, morning prayers. Here we go.
and start reciting some morning prayers.
Okay.
I am also doing my morning ritual of staying in my sleeping bag.
You're praying in your own way. Yes. For the goddess of sleep.
Yes.
I salute you.
Sleep. Yes.
There you go. We'll have to make one of those. What about Ingwe?
I'm going to walk around on top of the wall and kind of think about how to make it more effective as a dual-purpose camp that we're doing for our camp, but also I think I might even burn a spell slot of stone shape.
Okay.
Might be a bad idea. Nah, I'm gonna do it. Let's do it.
Fine.
And do the images that Drakik did the other day about to make it not pretty.
Okay.
Do I notice anything as I'm walking around the top of the wall, where we've placed, I think we'd think about how this temple is going to relate to the town. He didn't think about that before he did it, but now that he's put it there, he's like, oh.
But, so you make a perception check, just for the hell of it.
First roll of daylight.
Remember, you need dice.
Very good, very good. 26.
26. So you actually managed to plot it down in a really good spot, because the exit from the forest comes out in the middle of this area. Mm-hmm. On the top northern side, you have the city, and on the western side, there's nothing really there. That's a place where there's a lot of people you can see have made campsites, and that's the reason you probably picked this place yourself. So having it opposite of the city means that it is something that will definitely get views as someone passes by it. If they choose to stop or not, that's of course up to them, but it could shelter someone for the night, and that could potentially be its purpose. So, pretty good.
Cool. And of course, get some pamphlets and leave them in little nooks.
No worries. It's not a problem at all.
Lying in bed after a time, noticing people are rousing, Celeste is going to peek her head out of her burrow and look around and see that Jean is still in the tent. Good morning.
Oh, morning.
Did
I wake you?
No, I woke up on my own accord. I just wanted to. We haven't had a chance to speak since we left King's Helm. But I did just want to tell you something about your son.
Oh.
Nothing serious. It was just a feeling that I had when he followed us to King's Helm through that teleportation circle.
Right.
In light of the knowledge that we have, the burden, I suppose you could call it, of the future, I felt it prudent to at least arm him in any way that I could, because I have a distinct feeling in my gut that I know what he's up to when he followed us. And so I gave him some silvered weapons, because I have a feeling that he's going to be on the hunt for whoever hurt his family, in light of the knowledge that we now have.
Right.
I feel as though there was nothing I could do that would stop him. But I also didn't want to plant the idea directly into his head, so I just gave him the weapons and told him that he'll know when to use them, if the time should come.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to speak with you before I did it. It was very last minute and we were all in the throes of getting ready to leave. I didn't mean to go behind your back or anything like that. It was just difficult to find a time.
That's not what I'm upset about. It's not you. I can't believe I didn't think that's why he'd come back. But it makes sense. I literally just read something about riding out storms. It was metaphorical, but I can see how it can apply. All these sorts of things. I think I just need to go for a walk to really let this one roll off. I'll stand up out of bed and just take a moment. Thank you for telling me, though. And thank you for providing him with a tool to at least defend himself should that thing return.
It's alright. As little as I could do.
And John will walk off into the woods somewhere. And he says he's going to calm down, but he's just going to walk off and start punching a tree.
Okay.
Just way out, just far away enough that he can't really see the tent anymore. And then he's just going to start unleashing punches into something just to try to calm himself down.
Fair enough. Not a problem.
I imagine Draken's just like, and Lando, God of Sea and Storms, may you keep the sea safe, and okay, there's Sean, I'm gonna walk the other way. Okay.
John also turns, it's like a Y. Just opposite directions.
I was gonna go around the camp, and now I'm just doing this.
It's like that awkward eye contact, like at a urinal, just like, oh.
That is pretty awkward. What are you doing in the urinal,
Laura?
Anyway. Yes. You will have an interesting morning getting through whatever emotions and starting rituals you have of the day. And, eventually I'm sure that you would convene somewhere for breakfast at least.
Another one anyway. Looks very good.
Hmm.
Should we find somewhere safe to keep some papers? Do you think?
Yeah. See, there's these little nooks that I've put in the wall. Yeah. To put I've put some in there. Yeah. I'm just trying to work it out. Do you know, like trying to make it functional for people to use, but also like.
Doesn't Drekik have a spell that can create water and things? Perhaps it would be good to, I don't know, do some bottles of water and things like that. So it's almost like a rest stop for people to encourage them to use it.
That is a great idea. Like, yeah. Next time I'll do like little, like bird baths.
Oh, like basins.
Yeah, like basins in the walls, and then if Drekik fills them with water and food, that's a great idea.
I know to have one or two occasionally.
Yeah, and I've been planting trees in the middle, so hopefully they grow. The tree will grow out the top, and be able to provide
Shelter. No, it's lovely. I'm going to make myself a coffee.
Hey guys. John's beating up a tree again. Is that okay?
Sure. Some people talk through their emotions. Other people punch trees. I think everyone has their own process.
Oh. Maybe I should go talk to him.
I mean, I've seen him do this before. I think he was upset last time, so I assumed he was upset this time. I just sort of went around him.
I will go and find John.
I was going to say, like, as you leave the tent, he didn't go for long this time. Like, as you walk out, you see him, like, walking back, and he's, like, pulling splinters from his knuckles.
I cast an effect.
There you are, Jean! And I'm going to clap you on the back and cast a level 1 Cure Wounds.
Oh, there they go. They're popping out. Oh, that's weird. Okay, thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. I don't think I was that bad from it. Just a couple of clear cutters, but thank you regardless.
That's okay. I noticed you were a bit upset. You feeling any better?
Yeah. I think, each person deals with things their own way, but I've been reading that book you gave me, and
Oh yes, good.
I think the way I realized it wasn't really clicking before, but after our conversation yesterday, I realized I sort of got to look at it almost like the rules to those games we were talking about.
Yes.
It's like rules to guide you by, right? Like,
But they're not. I mean, yes, but they're also not like rule. The rules in the game are like these are steadfast rules, and some of the rules in the book are not so.
Yeah, so it's almost like playing the game, but cheating on occasion if you don't think the rule suits, I guess.
It's not cheating. I get where you're coming from, but also no.
More like guidelines.
Yes, that's the word.
Okay.
Guides by how to play the game, not must play the game.
Sounds oddly familiar.
OGL.
Yeah. Like somehow the rules govern our lives, but in a way that we can manipulate them. Makes sense to each individual person.
Yeah, it makes weirdly a lot of sense. Okay, yeah, I think I'm starting to get a grip of it. Like, I think I just have to get into that mindset. But, I mean, part of it talks about, like, the fury of the storm.
I love that book. I love that part.
Yeah, it sort of shows how it's, like, needed in nature and that sort of thing. And not going against the law at any point, Tom, just say so.
No, you're right.
And I mean, how a storm can cause a fire that could cause forest to burn down, but from it will rejuvenate and grow back stronger than before.
Yes.
And so,
it's like the Storm Lord hits the tree with lightning and makes it, fire. But then Samar and Lucia kind of come together and make the ashes beautiful flowers and stuff.
Right, it's like a cycle. And I was thinking of it, and in a way, I feel like when I get angry, and I think I need to focus that, and so now instead of just keeping it in until shit goes awry, I'm gonna try channel that out, whether it's in battle or when. In circumstances like this morning, I was frustrated. I went and unleashed it elsewhere so that it was not unleashed upon those that don't deserve it.
You know what I do when I get angry, John?
What's that?
Bottle it inside me and forget about it. All right, let's go.
What's that something in the Book of Mormon?
Just go knock at someone's door.
But hey, you're doing a good job, and I'm glad you've reached this stage. I'm sure I'll get there sometime.
I mean, if you need the book back, I can give you the book back.
Well, the thing is, here's the thing. I'm glad you're reading it, and I'm not going to take it back because you're actually reading it. It's great. I've never actually read it.
Oh.
I've only heard the stories that are in it from other people reading it. I've never actually read it.
Right. Okay, well, if you wish to, by any means, at any point, like I said, it's helping me. It might help you too, but
Maybe later, but I'm glad it's helping you, so you keep going with it.
All
Good
right.
job. Praise be the Stormlord. Yes.
Praise be the Stormlord.
Ah.
Back away, looks up to the storm, looks back down.
I make coffee if anyone wants some.
Sure, I'll have some. Thank you.
I don't think have I ever had any of your... I don't think I have had some of your coffee yet.
Well, feel free.
Is it like alcohol?
The opposite, really. Rather than dulling your senses, I feel as though it enhances them. It's the only thing that gets me out of bed in the morning.
But both still dehydrate.
Yes, it's important to keep up your water intake.
Well, that's just snow. You just shove it in your mouth and keep going.
Sure.
But not the yellow stuff. That tastes terrible.
Stick with my water skin.
There was some yellow stuff in that near that tree John was beating up earlier.
Alright, I'll take your word for it. And if you are trying Celeste coffee for the first time, it is like bitter and like super strong. It's like it's like that coffee that has like the skulls on it. Like it's like the.
Do you reckon we'll take a sip? And keep going. Okay.
It's quite strong.
I think I prefer my beer. All right. I'm sure we'll get to the next town eventually.
Well, there is a town just over there.
Yes, but that involves going in and talking to people I haven't seen yet.
What would you do in the next town?
Well, I'd go in with you guys to talk to people I haven't seen yet.
Yeah, well, we did see those people last night at the tavern.
Was that this town? I forget.
Yes, this was last night.
Right. I've had alcohol recently, haven't I? I forgot.
Yes, last night.
I had a little bit too much.
You also have
That's
tarot
why,
card
that's why the coffee is good. We had our
Also-
futures told.
That's true. Yes. What did he say I was going to be? I was going to be a handsome, strapping young lad later.
Something like that. Something to that effect.
Alright. Where are we off to anyway?
Well, I figure if we head over for another, day or so, we'll make it to class, and then from there, head northeast to Silver Shores and see if we can find passage across to Itna. Probably take a few days by boat. If the wind is with us.
Righto. Sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
Or we can bypass Kalas entirely, but I figure it's good to be close to civilization just in case, as things do tend to try and
Is Kalas
happen.
like a biggish town?
I have no idea. I've never been there before. It's on the map, so I would assume it's at least.
But it's like a big dot on the map rather than a little dot.
But it's also a named dot, so I would assume it's some sort
Yeah.
of.
And
Well,
and it's blue around the edge. Not many other. There's only like 3-4 other towns that are bluish around the edge.
aren't we heading to Silver Shores? Do you think it'll slow us down if we go to Kalas?
Well, that's what I'm trying to ascertain, whether or not we want to stay close to civilization, or if we just want to kind of bypass it entirely and head straight to Silver Shores.
How long do you think it'll take us to get to Silver Shores?
Well, from here, probably 2.5-ish days. Look at the map.
3.5 days to get to Silver Shores,
3.5 days.
and 1 plus a little bit to get to Kalas.
So it'll take us. How much of the journey will it add to getting to Silver Shores?
Probably.
Nothing. I mean, it would just be bypassing a city entirely. but that's up to you.
Well,
That's
I
what I'm
figure
saying.
yeah, and the benefit of heading towards there, I guess, is you're traveling along a road more traveled, right? Which generally reduces the chances of threats or dangers.
Although if you wanted to, we could kind of, as we get to that point where it starts to deviate, we can either head straight to Silver Shores or Class. We could do a, scout.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, we could continue flying to make sure we can watch what's happening with the...
Well, either way, we need to get started in the same general direction. So may as well.
Should we flip a coin?
Well, if it's more than a day, maybe we should travel today and then decide at dinner time.
And then we flip a coin.
Sure.
Celeste is going to walk over to Renault and use her scorching ray kind of on the ground in the snow and melt. Kill the horse. No.
He got knocked out drunk last night, if I remember.
No one's going anywhere.
He has a bit of a
she'll
hangover.
just- Actually, no, she'll just use prestidigitation. She's not going to scorching ray and flame. No, just prestidigitation, like melt the snow, and kind of in like a 5-foot cubish area, just so that he has some breakfast as well, and some water, and 2 for 1.
Sure. He gladly eat it. He also looks like he's probably throwing up a little bit. Yeah.
Too many carrots.
He's not quite been, holding back.
Looking at the path as well, from this town, does it look like it has a well-traveled road? Or
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. This is you get the feeling that from Kalas to Kingshelm, this is pretty much a straight line. It is just a traveled route the whole way through, even through the forest of the Cursed Moon.
Gotcha. Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, John's already out at packing.
Celeste is pretending to pat the horse while she waits for everyone to pack up their things. I'm busy.
10 down.
A lot of red snow.
All right, shall we head on the way? Get another day out.
Let's go.
All right.
There we go.
So, Drake, I was thinking of this new game idea. I had a dream about it.
Look, John, I'll be honest with you right now. Can I have that book and I'll try and read it aloud while you're writing?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, I am happy to discuss games with you, but we've really done it for 2 days straight now. It's kind of boring.
Oh, it feels like the first time to me. That's how much I enjoy.
Okay, so Sean is riding.
John is
steering.
driving, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so I need you to make a animal handling check with disadvantage, not because you have an issue, but because the horse is drunk as fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Had a good
Drunk
night,
horse.
Renault.
Peter.
With disadvantage, you said, right?
Disadvantage, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
You like me now, hey? Can I help?
Oh, it's not good. 5.
Okay.
5?
He's definitely moving slower, and at some point you have to kind of pull him in the right direction because he's literally swaying to the wrong way. But you managed to steer him in the right direction. It's just a bit slower. But, yeah. It will take you a little bit longer to reach as far as you can get today.
I love Daniel's. Can I help? As if it's not the one that caused this problem in the first place. Like, you've already helped enough.
It's just one bottle of red wine, come on.
Just obliged. Moderation is not Drekic's middle name, okay?
Well, I mean...
Let's take a bowl and fill it with Celeste's coffee. Give it to the stores.
Fair. And Ingwe, are you flying around again, or are you staying with the cop?
Do you want to fly again, Mr. Les? Should we?
Sure, better than sitting in the back of this cart listening to hymns.
Fair. Right. So you two fly off and fly a little bit in advance, I'm guessing?
Yeah, trying to scout the way.
Okay. So make a perception check, both of you.
My rolls are better than last week's.
25.
That's pretty good.
Daddy, no, 21. 16 plus 5.
Cool. Okay, so you pretty much both see a pretty big storm coming in from the north. And it looks like it's quite thick. It's been almost snowing nonstop since you left Kingstown, but that looks like it's going to get a little bit tough. You can avoid it by flying down and landing, or you can continue to stay in the air if you want to. But the storm is definitely hitting your path. There's no way around that. One way or another, you'd have to go through it. So that's up to you. The path itself is pretty clear. There's a few other carts that are going from Kalas to Kalas towards the direction you're going. There's nothing that looks a little bit out of ordinary. Most of it looks like it's traveling merchants. There's no like individual horses with just like one rider or anything like that. It's all like a trade route, pretty much. You can see the city as well in the distance has a lot of like tall circular spires all across the city. It's a very different style than what you're used to seeing from the rest of Kingstown. But from where you are now, that's pretty much what you can see.
So Celeste will speak telepathically to Ingwe. I'm just going to say, well, that city looks very interesting. With this storm, though, I'm not entirely sure we can get much further. I don't know if I want to risk it. I mean, if you wanted to, I feel as though you might be in better shape than I to handle it, and last thing I want is to be blown off.
Maybe we should head down and I'll go down and set up camp. Hopefully the others get there before the storm.
Hopefully. Well, we shouldn't be too far ahead of them at this point. Only an hour or so. That city looks rather interesting.
We wouldn't get to the city before the day's travel, right?
No. So this would be 1 day's travel plus a little bit to get there. So maybe around 12 next morning if you leave around 9-ish.
Can I still try and land? So how far away do I think the storm is?
So the storm is coming in now. It's probably 20 minutes out from its thickest. You can already see now that the snowflakes are getting a little bigger, but it's not. You can't feel the wind has changed quite yet, and you know how storms work, so you know that once you can start feeling the wind change, then that's when you're getting into the thick of it.
I don't know. I've never really been in a storm around here. Do you think we need to set up camp early to see out the storm?
Potentially. I definitely don't want to be in the thick of it, especially this high up. I feel as though we'd freeze solid. On the ground, we might have a better chance of at least keeping warm and keeping our fingers, and I'm not entirely sure that the horse would be equipped to dealing with walking through it.
Okay, let's. Should we go back to the cart, or should we land a little bit ahead and set up?
I feel as though we should land a little bit ahead, and that way we can at least set things up and all that before they get here.
Yeah, cool.
Whee!
You successfully land on the ground with no issues, and now you can feel the wind is starting to change.
So I will pull out the tent and put the wall up.
Right.
And put the tent in the wall.
Yep.
And
You set up a camp.
Set up the camp. This time with fonts and for drinking water.
Right, no problem. So, Drekik and Sean, as you're riding and having a conversation and listening to the words of the Storm Lord, you can see this dark cloud starting to roll in, and you can just see it just covering things slowly like a blanket in ice and snow. It doesn't look like it would be dangerous, but it looks like it definitely would be obstructive
And you just hear Celeste will speak through the stones and just go, "We've flown on a little bit ahead. We're setting up camp. It should be a straight shot. If you keep going for how long? An hour. You'll find us."
Oh, understood.
Is Renault gonna make it that far?
Yeah, Renault will be fine. If they'll listen to me.
His vomit is even French. His vomiting noise is even.
Like that.
As long as it don't come out the other end, I think we'll be all right.
I mean, no, I think you'll be fine. I think you'll be all right. You didn't have anything to eat, so. But yeah, you keep traveling on the road, and after a little while, it starts snowing really heavily around you, and the horse does slow even further down. But in the distance, you can see a familiar little hut of stone and a tent covered in snow now. And 2 individuals that you know.
Oh, Celeste is not outside. She's inside the tent.
So you assume that they're the ones there.
I imagine Drakik's just like, the bit of snow on my shoulder. And John's probably freezing a little bit.
I don't know. Depends on the degree of the weather, but John lives in snow shit.
Oh, so we're both comfortable.
Yeah.
It's pretty cold. Both of you are okay. You're kind of used to the biting winter in the region. This is a little bit colder than you are used to necessarily, Sean, but it's not that much difference.
Enough that I rug it up over the shoulders type thing, I imagine.
That's fine. You have the outfit for it. You have the clothing for it. So.
Yeah.
Nice.
This is good
You
weather.
need my jacket, John, or you get cold there?
No. I appreciate it, but I'm fine. I got this. See, this thing on my back is yeah. I thought originally it was just like a regular wolf, but I remember some time ago people were telling me that no, this some kind of special wolf. So it
Does Drakik know about direwolves?
Yeah, you probably would have seen direwolves where you're from.
Is it like a direwolf type thing?
I don't know exactly, but they said it had some sort of magical property to it.
Magical.
It's also white,
Yeah.
as far as I remember, right?
Yeah. Its benefit is advantage on stealth in snow environments, I believe.
Yeah, it's like a white wolf fur.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing keeps me plenty warm. I got half, and my boys wears the other half. We took this thing out together. Admittedly, it was mostly him that got the final blow.
Do I notice if he has the top or the bottom?
Jean's got the top half.
Yeah, it would be the top one.
Yeah. He's got the arms laid over, or the forearms laid over his shoulders, and the head is tucked away behind his hoodie, which is just a regular fabric in that. Yeah.
So you gave your son the ass end of the deal.
Well, it was his first kill. He's got to work his way to the head.
Hey, look, Ingwe! Ingwe set up camp again, and Celeste.
Hey,
I assume Celeste's somewhere.
Ingwe's at the front with a roaring bonfire in the doorway.
Ooh, yep. Come on, Renault. Let's go. Fire's good. It's warm. Come on. Don't vomit on the fire.
He's trying to go straight, but it's not really straight.
I think Renault needs some water.
Yep.
As you arrive at the camp, he just collapses on the side, just like.
John will collect up some snow and try and melt it over the fire and bring it up.
Right.
How heavy or how thick, I guess, is the snow that's being deposited on the ground?
So before it was a few centimeters, now it's starting to stay. It's a little bit more almost like a foot, I guess.
So Celeste as well, just for reference, as we move further into, I guess, the season and into the region where it is quite cold. She's visibly, before she looked kind of as if she was like deoxygenated a little bit, kind of like with blue tinged, and but now she's got like dark purple shadows underneath her eyes, and her fingertips are blue, and like her fingernails are blue. And she's kind of like just sitting there in the snow, just kind of like. And she's also got that that big fluffy white cloak that gives her resistance to cold damage as well, kind of like over her.
Would this have been like a gradual change over the last couple of days, or is this something that like?
No, so as the storm has come through and there's like a thick layer of snow on the ground, she's now actually like.
It's evolving.
John's busy feeding the horse, so I don't think he notices straight away. Just making sure the horse is all drunk up with that.
Celeste, are you all right there, Celeste?
Yes, it's just very cold.
You
feel
do
as
look
though
a bit blue these days.
I might I think I might need to go to bed. I'm very, very tired. If we don't have anything else planned for the rest of the afternoon, I might go close my eyes for a little while.
All right.
I'll stay up for a little bit longer, but I don't think I have much more in me.
We'll wake you up if when we're gonna get, if the storm passes and we get going again.
Right.
Ingwe, don't your boots tell you the weather?
Good thought. I concentrate on my boots and find out how long the storm is gonna last.
Have a look.
I remember you doing this thing where you tell us the weather constantly.
For the next 7 days, it's going to continue as it is.
7 days.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go have a sleep. We'll wake you up. Well,
When the storm passes, right?
that was all. I forgot. Oh wow.
What's up?
Oh, I was just Celeste looked looked like she needed a sleep, and I was gonna tell her a compassionate lie, and then I felt a bit like Renault because like I couldn't get it out. It was weird. Oh, it's been a while since I've done that. Unfortunately, Miss Celeste, the storm's gonna last for 7 days, ish. So, if you go get warm for a bit, maybe take a short rest, and then we've got to maybe figure out how we travel through the storm.
I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you all to figure that out. I'll wake me if anything happens. And then she'll go back into the tent and zip it closed, and then zip herself in her bedroll.
I don't think that's quite a zipper, but yes.
Whatever, button it up.
How long is it to the winter solstice, do you reckon? We must be getting close. It's the turning point of winter, isn't it?
John will try to figure that out, muck it about, using his survival skills if he can.
Well, it just became winter.
What is that? The winter solstice?
Winter solstice is the middle. Is winter solstice the start of winter, not the middle of winter?
So usually winter solstice is the end of winter, right? Because that's when
it's the longest. It's the longest. Usually, like it gets shorter afterwards. So the solstice is like the longest night.
Like Christmas.
Literally the
Christmas
middle.
in Europe is winter solstice.
Yeah. So solstice would have been for Christmas. So that would have been a few days ago at least a few days ago for you. It's now high winter. Like it was easing slowly into it, and now it's winter.
The middle,
For the next potentially 3 months. And you're also in the northern region of the country, which makes it even worse.
So it's winter, half the year, basically.
Yeah, so right now you are heading into Russia.
Good stuff.
As a reference. In more than one way.
I wonder if we'll just be able to walk to the island. How far does the snow go?
Oh, you reckon the water will be frozen?
I don't know.
I I know the rivers
That's-
freeze over.
Doesn't really freeze where I come from.
I mean, parts of oceans can freeze. I don't think it'll freeze to that degree. I think you'd have to go even further north. I think back near, closer to Drake's home.
Like Ogralan or something.
Yeah,
Way up
maybe.
there.
Who the hell knows? I mean, shit's going wild all over this world. I mean, there's magical things happening all the time. From what if there's anything I've learned from these travels, is that don't trust nature at all points, because sometimes it ain't nature. It's some magical bullshit.
Like the eye in the sky thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So, you know how I was worried about doing the trick where we go where you guys go into see Vartex, and then I travel fast.
Yep.
Maybe this storm is the start of us having to do that plan.
I was actually gonna suggest something similar. The only thing is, I think depending how rough the winds get, if it really picks up and the winds get quite rough, it might be hard to even fly. We might have to just push through it on foot and try to get as far as we can.
But I could run as a polar bear.
Or yeah. I mean, absolutely.
Like the flying will be tough. This would be really tough to fly. Although I might try it out later. Might be
How rough? How rough do the winds look to you?
Make a survival check for this one, I'd say, because this is getting a little tricky.
Okay. Survival.
The 16.
Bad roll, but thankfully I've got a hell of a modifier, so it goes up to 12.
Okay, so you can kind of gather a little bit of information from this. So you can see that the first 100 to 200 feet into the air, it's probably not too bad. It's very thickly snowing, which makes visibility almost zero at this point. But you can see that as soon as you get above those 100, 200 feet, it's almost like a tornado. Like the wind is just circling around itself. It's not like it's just spreading out. It's pretty chaotic above the 200 feet mark.
Yeah.
But it's hard to see how bad, really.
I think if you stay low, Wade, maybe, but visibility is going to be shit.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't going to try and fly with everyone else. I was just going to, like, if we were hanging out here because Miss Celeste needs a rest, I would go for a fly then. Probably wouldn't poorly. But, just for fun.
Funnily enough, I recommend, even if you go for a test flight, I would take someone with you just in case shit doesn't go right. I mean, the shit can change in movement.
Can you transform into a big bird that is resistant to the cold?
I haven't
Like
met
a penguin.
any big birds that are resistant. Oh, what's a penguin?
Oh, you don't know what a penguin is?
Wait.
They're like
Yeah, the ones that do marching, right? They march in the cold. I haven't met any. I don't really know what they look like, but I've heard stories.
They're birds. I have never seen them fly, but because they're birds, I assume they do.
Don't look at me. I'm clueless to these things.
They look like the little monster creature things that attacked us. Well, stole our stuff the other night. But did you see them?
Yeah. The one with the sore leg.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, that sort of looked like a thing.
Oh well, I could have a go turning in.
Yeah, can you transform into like a big version of that?
Die, penguin.
I try to transform into. What was the name of that creature?
Well, you don't know.
Yeah.
Into a giant version of this penguin teeth thing.
You can try if you want.
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay. It doesn't quite work.
Yeah.
Because You get that it's probably not quite a creature in that sense that you can turn into. It's like an animal.
Yep.
It's more intelligent than that.
No, can't turn into them. They're. Oh, remember how we had that conversation about who are real people and not? I've just worked out how I can figure it out.
Oh, how?
Well, I can turn into all the things that you're allowed to eat, and I can't turn into things you're not allowed to eat.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
I'm just imagining Ingwe having this conversation with like a penguin beak and like the rest of his face normal and like one flipper.
I figured it out.
So are you saying we can't eat penguins?
Well, from the stories that I've heard, I think penguins are animals, and what we saw the other day wasn't a penguin.
Right.
Something different.
Thought they were a bit too clever. They were mocking me.
They were mocking me. By the way, did I have anything stolen from me in this instance?
Nope.
Okay. So
Someone was not here.
You did not see the creatures either, I think.
No, he was sleeping the whole time. And when it came to his shift, I ignored him and just kept the watch on the tent. So he didn't go to sleep the whole time.
Yeah, so it's just Ingwe and Dreki that saw them, I think.
Yep.
And then the rest had... Like, you probably would have found bite marks on some of your gear. But anything that's, like, non-magical, like, they were probably trying to take a chunk out of, I don't know, like a hand axe or something if you have one that's not magical.
Ooh, Lysindriel. You could have lost Lysindriel.
You could have.
The whole...
It's random that it was the healing potions. It was completely random. But, yeah.
Good thing about Lysindriel is hopefully I can just go Lysindriel and suddenly come back with the creature's head on it too.
Right.
Well, so this penguin thing ain't gonna work. Flying doesn't look great. I mean,
But
you turn into that polar bear you were talking,
Yeah, like
polar bear.
yeah, we could. The other thing is like, I've heard about. Oh no, we saw, when we were in the snow. I could get some dogs to carry the cart, like on a big chain. We could do that.
But
I don't know. How do you reckon Renat will go walking in the snow? How do you reckon Renat will go if we leave him here?
No, well, I think she's struggling already. Or they're struggling already.
Hate to assume the horse's gender.
Genuinely forgot for a moment.
The other one's dead.
yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much longer they're gonna be able to push through this kind of environment. I was actually thinking we could put them in the room with Bartex, and maybe you pull us along in your polar bear form.
The cat.
Yeah, and then one of us could stay out. We could. The only trouble is, I was gonna say with Drekik and myself being more used to the cold weather, we could stay out here with you taking turns in shifts. But that would mean Celeste would have to go in, and I
Do you
don't
reckon the tent would fit on the back of the car?
No, it has to be in the ground.
Why don't we take some ground and put it in the cart?
No, I've definitely tried this. I definitely remember I tried it a couple of nights ago when I tried to put it on top. When I made the wall that had a roof and then tried to put it on the roof, it didn't even work on the stone. It has to be actually, I think it's connected to nature. Like it has to be like a tree that's able to do roots.
Well, why don't we get some ground with like some grass or something and try that?
I like your train of thought, and with the whole stone thing, your reference to like a tree only working in the ground, right? Like a nature thing. But we also have potted plants. Are you able to fashion?
Why don't we make a garden in the back of
Well, Well,
Yeah.
no, hang on. We don't need the cart, right?
This is the
No.
part where the DM dies.
Suddenly a
we can-
lightning.
We want to save Renault, so Renault's going to go and hang with Vartex. He'll be happy about that. He likes
Yep.
having new people to visit him.
Yep.
So we can take Renault to Vartex, and then,
Now we just
the
need to
other
keep
thing-
Celeste warm.
The other thing we could do is I could ask Miss Celeste if she wants to be a polar bear, and she could be a polar bear, and you and Mr. Draken could ride us, and we just run.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I'm not particularly comfortable about the thought of riding Celeste. Not because that's not a good idea, but because I am afraid of what Celeste would do to us if we even suggested the idea to her.
Yeah, it is important to remember that when she's a polar bear, she will
Literally bite my arm off?
probably, because she, unlike when I turn into a polar bear and I still maintain my own intelligence, if I turn Miss Celeste into a polar bear, she will have a polar bear's intelligence, but still her own temperament, which I think is probably worse than a polar bear, particularly right now.
Yeah, for a moment
Last
there I was
time-
like, oh, so we could tame the polar bear, and then you said it keeps her temperament, and then I was like, oh. Celeste, are you sleeping? Good.
Yeah. Note to self as well. Probably not a good idea to turn me into a bear either. Unless we're in a fight or something.
Well, turning you into a polar bear isn't the point. The point is to keep Celeste warm.
No, I'm just saying, in light of this information and how this all works, you know.
Yes, I think if anyone's going to be turned into a polar bear, it would be me.
Sure. Yeah, I just meant mostly because I just went and punched a tree out of frustration. So
Yes.
probably
What did the
that's
tree
what's
do
giving
to
me
you?
claws. Nothing.
Maybe that's why the trees hated us the other night. Remember when you were trying that spell and you were saying nature was fighting you or something?
Nah, that's just kind of dumb. But yeah, that's a good idea. I should talk to the trees, get to know them better. I mean, I talk to them all the time, but I don't do a lot of listening. I need to cast a spell to listen to them. Rocks. You should hit the rocks next time. I'll make you one. In the next house, I'll make a I can make like a rock figurine. What do they call them? I've seen them in the cities, like figurines of rocks.
Should like statues?
A statue. Yeah, I'll make you like a statue, and you can punch that.
Like, that's a great idea, but wouldn't that break his hand?
Trees are a little more forgiving. Who knows? Maybe they see it as like a massage from me.
Maybe
They go really hard.
I'll ask them.
Does Spark
All right.
fly off the tree?
Anyway, we're getting very sidetracked.
Yes, keep Celeste warm, right?
How are we going to keep Celeste warm as we're going? So that's why we want the cart, because we want Celeste in the cart. Because she doesn't want to go in with Vartex.
I have an idea. What if we do turn John into a bear? And John, you give Celeste your warm cloak. That keeps you toasty warm.
Oh, I've got boots.
You've got boots.
Keep me warm.
Just your feet or your whole being?
My whole body. They keep me warm and tell the weather.
Will they fit? Of course they'll fit Celeste. Feet are freaking huge. She just has to sit there in the back of the cart. She doesn't have to walk. Just to wear them.
For a second, I thought you were going to say she just has to sit in one of them. Just,
Puts
And
one
the
on
other
her
one
head,
like a
one
hat.
in the feet. Yeah.
When will this storm end? Just keeps replaying. I mean, yeah. I mean, at that point, I could just give her the cloak to help her keep warm, and then Ingwe could still go polar bear, and I'd just go inside with Vortex. I mean, I don't like him, but I can tolerate him.
That's true. So if Celeste gets Ingwe's boots and your coat, he should be sufficiently warm enough for Ingwe to turn into a
Riding
polar
a
bear.
polar bear.
And then
You can be out there
You
to
go.
help keep watch.
Right. Yep. So we pull the cart with Ingwe. I'll drive the cart. Ingwe's in the back of the cart. I mean, Celeste's in the back of the cart with the boots and the coat.
No, I think we're going to leave the cart behind. I think we're going to leave the cart behind, and you and Mr. John are going to, you and Mr. John and Reno are going to go in with Vartex, and
Right.
Celeste is going to ride with me in case something goes wrong. Because my concern about putting everyone in with Vartex is if something happens to me, then you're all stuck in with Vartex for eternity.
Right.
And so
Yeah.
I think having Miss Celeste, who's quite good at magic, out to be like, hang on a second.
And she'll be wearing John's coat and your boots to keep warm.
Maybe just John's coat, and she's got her own boots, so...
Oh. I mean, whatever she's comfortable with.
Yeah. All right. Well, assuming she's all right with all that, I think that's probably our best game plan.
And then we traveled about half a day. I think, are we going to the city, or are we going to just try and avoid the city and just try and, if it's 7 days, we could waste a lot of time in the storm.
I think it might be best to go to the
It's-
city.
It's not 7 days if you go to the city. It's 7 days straight, or it is another half day to Kalas,
Yeah.
and then another day and a half. So technically, it's shorter to go through the city that way.
Oh, okay.
But it's originally it was 7 days if you were going out around it.
Yeah.
I think we should go through the city and drop off the horse in somewhere comfortable, rather than keeping him cramped up with Vartex's place.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, sure. It's pretty big in there. It's kind of unlimited.
Yeah, but also I don't think Vartex is too much. I don't know if he'd be too keen having another animal to take care of in there. I mean, we're kind of just dumping them on him at this point.
Good call. Well, when you're in there, you can talk to them. Oh, and the foxes. I haven't seen them for ages. They've probably forgotten who I am.
Oh, the foxes. Oh, good to see them.
Good old foxes.
Cool.
Much fun.
All right.
I think that's the plan.
So we only traveled. Correct me if I'm wrong. We only traveled for like an hour in the storm today, right? What did we?
I'd say you probably traveled a little bit longer than that, but you still have about half a day or so to go now because of the storm. It's slowing you down, and your horse was drunk.
Yeah.
So-
So yeah. Okay. So instead of walking the full distance, we paused. Gotcha. Okay.
Right. I'll take the first watch. We'll set off in the morning as early as we can and get to the city as fast as we can.
Are we going to
Yes.
set off? Isn't it only halfway through the day? Shouldn't we set off now?
I
It's
thought
only
it was
half-
evening.
We only travelled half a day, did we?
It's about like 1 o'clock or something.
Yeah.
Well then, yes, let's keep going.
The storm makes it hard to see the sun, so it's fair.
Well, it is all gray now. There is no differentiation. You can probably see when it's night, but you have a hard time watching it to see the sun.
My one
Yeah.
concern at the moment is Celeste said that she's going for a nap, and it's been like 10 minutes.
Well, let's definitely let's wait for at least an hour. Let's give her an hour. An hour is a good nap.
All right.
Sure.
And then yeah.
All right. Yeah.
1 hour nap, and then off we go.
Is that one of your magical bonfires, by the way? One of
What?
your magical bonfires, anyway?
One of my magic bonfire. Yeah. Well,
Yeah. All right.
it was, but then I put wood on it. I have to concentrate on it if I'm gonna keep it. I mean I can, but I have been putting wood on it.
All right. Yeah. No, perfect. I was gonna say I'll go collect some more wood in that time.
Yeah.
Keep it going
That'd be
strong.
good.
All right. Jean's just gonna go for a quick wander, collect up some wood. He's gonna pull out the thunder axe, and he's gonna collect wood, but he's also gonna do like a little bit of training almost with the thing, just like hack at some trees, that sort of stuff, and then yeah.
Sure, no
Show
problem.
and tree.
Return back.
Are you looking out for something in particular, or are you just looking for wood, or what are you doing?
Just
chopping wood.
mainly wood. Yeah, he's literally just looking for any sort of dry branches that haven't been affected by the snow too much. So something that's a little bit higher and out of the wet.
Good.
Breaking those off, and then once he's got a good bundle tied together, just practice a bit on a tree. Just take a couple swings with the big axe and that. Because he's been using the small axe for so long that he sort of wants to go try the big axe a bit more. Even if he gets struck by lightning a few times through it, or whatever the case may be.
So, even though there's a background lightning, there isn't really lightning in this storm right now. It is more of a thick wind kind of situation. I'll change
I just meant more so from the possibility of rolling an @1 on his axe.
That is true. Roll me 3 rolls just to check.
All right.
3 chances for a good one.
Nope. 14, 12, 6 without modifiers. So.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Sweet. And then bring back and toss the wood onto the fire for a bit. And then the right hand strong, I imagine, with the winds, flickering wildly, struggling to stay alight.
No, that's all good. I would say that because this is a magical fire, it started it, right? So I'd say that it's probably not even flickering.
That's
It's not really affected by other things in that sense, but it does light things on fire if they stay there. So he is creating a real fire with a fake fire.
Sweet. Fire fusion.
And that will then eventually flicker.
Okay.
It's just gonna look out into the storm in the direction of where we're going to go and just try and see any sort of patterns or anything that the snow sort of comes down as like, oh look, that looks like a tree. No, that is a tree.
Make a perception check.
Ooh, that's a 19 plus perception of stupid proportions, a 12.
12.
So that's a 31.
31. Right. You see, this looks a little bit like a donkey, and this is a little bit like a big rock, and then you see this little figure up on one of the mountains. And he's just standing there with his long rod, just kind of waving at the wind.
Does he disappear at all, or is he always like he's just standing there?
It's hard to see. The storm comes and goes. It's a little bit hard to see through it, but every now and then you catch a glimpse of this individual standing on this mountainside. It's quite far away. It's maybe a kilometer or so, but you can definitely see this individual is standing next to some trees. Looks like he's just standing there, kind of doing something.
Ingwe, can you see this guy over there? Or is that just the snow?
What guy?
There's a guy on the mountain over there, I think. It's either that or it's just the snow. I can't really tell. He's sort of doing this sort of thing.
Walk out of the enclosure and look. Can I see what he's looking at?
Make a perception check. It's pretty hard.
No.
Just see.
19.
You cannot see shit. All you see is just snow and weird shapes.
I can see. Is it over there? Yeah, there's like a weird. Yeah. Points in the wrong direction.
No, that looks like a dragon. That's not. That's just the snow.
Oh yeah.
I hope that's just. No, it's definitely the snow. It's changed now.
Oh, cool. Do you want me to spend some time asking the trees if there's someone there?
If you want to, I'm just watching the storm. This is it seems a bit too consistent to be just a pattern in the snow.
Maybe it was the Storm Lord come to talk to you.
Maybe it's the Storm Lord conjuring the storm. Who
Probably.
knows? It's very far away for me to go check though, so I'm just gonna sit here and watch them.
Okay. Well, I think I might go wake Miss Celeste up. See if she wants to get on the on the
All right.
way. I poke my head back into the. I go back into the walls, poke my head into the tent. Can I see Miss Celeste?
I'm guessing she's just sleeping inside her cocoon sleeping bag.
You can definitely see the outline of bumps under the bedroll, but you can't actually visibly see her.
Miss Celeste. Are you all right? Are you sick?
No response.
Well, we were thinking of getting going. Maybe the boys are going to go hang with Vartex. Are you up for a ride through the snow? Can I roll an inside check to see if she's like ignoring me or she's just asleep?
Sure, roll an inside check, and Celeste, you can roll a general charisma check on whatever you feel is equivalent to what you would use.
Very good.
I got 16.
I got a 29.
So what does she think?
So, looking at the lump, I guess, Celeste is very slow and deep breathing. Like, it's very it's very, it's definitely asleep.
Well,
Looks asleep. I pull out a small flea and I whisper to it.
Is that it?
And Celeste has to make a Constitution saving throw.
If you're asleep,
Dirty
disadvantage.
20, 19 plus 1. Oh wait, saving throw. Oh yeah, 19
Yeah.
plus 1.
Well, you momentarily notice lots of fleas around you, but you're sleeping, so it doesn't matter, and nothing happens.
If
Alright,
she's sleeping,
where's the
shouldn't she
text
automatically fail?
I don't think she's sleeping.
What? Nah.
Mr. John, Mr. Trekkick, I think we're gonna. Oh, where's Mr. John? Mr. Trekkick,
Yeah.
we might be staying the night after all.
Oh, don't worry, we can just carry her out. It's fine. If she's sleeping
No.
in there, we'll wrap her up in John's blanket in there, and I'll just carry her into
No,
the car.
because she's got a ride that the whole plan's ruined.
No,
But that's
that's
alright.
right. We're not taking the car.
We're not.
Maybe
taking
we
the car.
strap her. Maybe you transform into the bear. I'll strap her on, and then I'll jump in the. Oh wait, no, I can't. Can I? That's not how that works.
Yeah. But I think she's sick. I think. I didn't prepare any. I think maybe.
She's sick.
Yeah, I think there's something really. Nah. Well, I think if we let her have a good night's sleep, and in the morning, if she's still sick, then we can help. We can figure out what's wrong with her.
I mean, I can just try and heal her if she's sick.
Yeah, but maybe she's just tired, and she did say she just wanted to sleep.
I did. Oh, maybe she is sick. She spent 3 days up in the clouds with you. She might have gotten cold up there.
Could have. It just was quite high. Why don't we wait till morning, and then if she's still not feeling well, then we'll have to
Right.
cross that bridge when we row that boat.
How long will it take us? Question, Ingrid. How long do you reckon it would take us? Just you and me. Walk over to where I saw that figure and come back. Say it's like about a kilometer.
On that like rock
On
thing.
that mountain thing over there.
Well, I was kind of keen to go see if I could fly. So if you maybe walk.
Maybe we'll
underneath
just
me
fly, take a look, and come back. Because I swear there's someone over there.
Yeah.
Tom looking up stats is not filling me with confidence.
Oh no! I wasn't. I already have looked up stats. Don't worry.
Polar bear. Yeah. Ready? Wait.
All right, let's go.
Where is it?
Jean? Jean?
Yeah, I'm out here. I'm on my way back. I got some wood.
Just mind the camp. Pingaway and I are going for a romantic trip in the woods. All right.
All right.
Okay.
Be safe. Use protection.
I have my shield, don't worry.
Well, good.
Splitting the party to go see a shadowy figure.
So, you turn into a giant eagle?
No, polar bear.
A polar bear. Right.
I jump on the back of the polar bear.
I have my wolfy things to hold on to that I had when I was a wolf, like
Okay.
big leather hula hoops.
Yep. No problem.
They're a bit small for the polar bear, but you get the gist.
Okay. Sure. It takes a little bit of time to get there because it is quite far away. And anyway, you really can't see this person at all. But Draco, you can every now and then see this person who's still there. Just kind of standing there between a few rocks and some trees, waving in the wind, doing something. But eventually you get closer to see that it is a humanoid figure. It looks like he is doing some sort of ritual or some sort of magic. Would you like to stealth, or would you like to just approach?
Mr. Draco, should we?
Oh, that's right. Can you be sneaky as a polar bear?
Yeah.
Let's just be sneaky and just sort of go up closer, see if he's more friendly or foey, and then decide what we do then. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go.
Right. Let's go.
I'm gonna try and be sneaky as a polar bear.
Okay, make a stealth check for both of you, I guess.
Stealth. Ah, with disadvantage. Great.
Anyway, it's like a cat, but being a polar bear with a giant metal-plated armored figure on the top.
And Drekix on top going, sneaky.
So what did you get anyway?
6.
Definitely
6.
the right people.
And Drekik?
8.
Oh wow. It's like a Halian. What are the other names? I can't remember. Never mind. Sure. You believe that you have stealthed successfully crawling through the branches, which are quite loud, and the other rocks. You approach slowly, and you get within, I'd say, probably 30 feet of this individual, and you can see him a little better. And now, anyway, you can also see this individual. He's like wearing long grayish robes, and he has his white hair just flowing in the wind, and he is doing magic. And anyway, you can roll an Arcana check. One thing that does stand out is that he has no eyes. His eyes are just pure ice-colored energy, just beaming out of him.
Dirty 20.
He is definitely casting druidic magic currently. And as you approach, his head snaps onto yours, and I need both of you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw. I believe I have advantage on those. Oh no, I just have a
polar
lot.
bear.
19.
Okay.
24.
Okay, that's probably good.
Ring of protection coming in clutch. Just gives me +1.
It is handy.
That's a lot of click-clacks.
Click, clack, clickety clack.
Are we gonna die? Dun, 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 dun.
Do I recognize this druid?
No. You take 25 points of necrotic damage, both of you. As this little black dot flies out, and it just turns into this ball of vines that just kind of engulfs you and just cracks you. And as soon as the spell dissipates, he is also gone. If you are still standing.
Ow!
And you can see the ground around where he was standing is completely black, covered in black vines. Just kind of overlaying on top of the snow.
I will. Can I try to smell him?
You can try to smell him. That is
25 to see if I can smell him.
You can't currently smell anything of his odor or his perfume or anything like that. But you can smell where he was. You can smell the little spot where he was standing, and it smells like decay and death.
Does it remind me of being in the well?
Yes. It reminds you of the vines that was sticking out of the unfortunate dead horse as well. Some of the individuals that have been killed where there was vines growing through them or being used as a torturing device.
Okay, can I drop my wild shape? And I would like to put it up Detect Magic.
Okay. There isn't currently anything around you that is of magical nature other than what you're carrying.
Mm-hmm.
You're quite confident that if he is still here, that he is not within reach of your spell at least.
Mm-hmm. And I'm more trying to figure out the spell that he was trying to cast.
That one's going to be a little trickier because you didn't quite see him actually do it.
Yeah,
as soon as you came close enough, he kind of spotted you.
Yeah. And there's no like camp. It's like him just in a random spot.
Nope. There's no footprints either. It's like he's been standing there for the duration of this whole thing.
Can I cast Speak with Plants?
You can. What would you like to speak to?
Oh, cool. Speak with Plants is not a concentration, so I can keep Detect Magic up. So I imbue the trees within 33... Oh, is there trees next to us, near us?
Yes, trees next to you.
I imbue the
Around.
trees, the plants within 30 feet of us, with limited sentience and animation. Give me the ability to communicate with you and follow my simple commands.
Cool. So you're talking to a tree?
Yes, talk to the
Okay.
tree.
So there's a beautiful pine tree next to you. Yeah, you can talk to that if you want.
Hello.
Oh, jeez, you scared the shit out of me.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
well,
wow.
I
Losing
I
my
can hear you
pines,
now.
man.
I can hear you now. I cast the spell too. I know. You all always can hear and understand me, but it takes me a while to. Anyway, did you notice that? Did you notice the other guy?
Yeah, scary piece of shit. Yeah, I saw him.
How long was he there for?
Not quite a day cycle.
Oh yeah. Wow. Was there anyone else with him, or just him?
No, it was just him. He kind of just popped out of nowhere and just started doing his mumbo jumbo and started killing the grass.
Yeah, I can see that. Did he travel through? Did he stride through you or someone else around here, or did he?
I don't know. It was just like this like round eye thingy, and then it was like he popped out of that, and then he had like this weird tether attached to him that went into the eye, and I don't know. It was weird.
Wow, interesting.
It looked like, when a spider is just like on a thingy.
Yeah.
I like spiders. They're really nice. They take care of all the bugs. Anyway, yeah, it's kind of like that.
Wow. Oh, that's pretty scary.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna eat me too.
Did he eat another one of your friends?
I mean, I like the grass over there in that region. It was the grass family, as I call them. They were like
sucking them away.
Yeah, like they had dreams and hopes for the future, and now they're just dead.
Well, I might be able to do something about that.
Oh, you can bring them back?
Maybe.
That could be cool. Oh, I mean, I don't have any emotional attachment to them, of course, but it is a nice place, and I'd like this to continue being a nice place.
I would like to walk over to the grass and see if I can make the seeds. I don't think I can bring the grass back, but any like seeds. Oh, it's snowing anyway. It's winter. Probably a bad idea to let the seeds grow. They'll just die. Let's. Yeah.
I'm perception checking while Ingwe's doing all this just to see if I can see this thing again.
Yep. Roll a perception.
16.
Doesn't look like there's any more indications of this individual.
It's just up and gone.
Yeah, I think he had some. That. Oh, what was your? Do you have a name?
I am.
Okay.
Bachwin.
I'm talking to Bachwin.
Oh, the trees.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard about Mr. Brandon Dredgick from our friend.
Oh, yeah. Do you know her?
Oh, yeah, she's really nice.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we had a bit of a mix-up. They know the muffin lady.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Oh, can you let her know that I'm sorry for misjudging her and being very rude?
Well, you should show him that you care by giving him a bow. Jacket, you want a bow, and see, and then the tree can bow back to you.
It just doesn't move. It just stands there in the wind.
Doesn't bow.
Well, it can.
Why do I get the feeling that nature doesn't like me?
Maybe just
First
the trees
the
around
horse,
here.
now the trees.
Yeah, but maybe it's.
Maybe the tree wants some wine too.
Yeah, no problem. Maybe sharing less wine and more like being nice to the people that are nice to them. Like that lady in the shop.
Yeah, that wasn't very good. I didn't think they were a nice person, but I judged a book by its cover, which is like the thing you shouldn't do. And now it's not great.
You should probably start eating people too.
What's a book?
Is that what? What's a book? Well,
book. Don't judge a book by its cover. What's a book?
Oh. He said judge a book. A book is like, in my culture we tell stories to one another, and in the human towns, they like to sit around eating people, and then they writing. How do I explain writing? They put messages on trees, and then it helps them remember the stories between generations.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Not really. That's why they come and like cut you down.
Oh, what?
Because it's like made of you.
That's scary.
Yeah, I imagine it'd be scary.
I'm gonna tell my friends.
Yeah, about the humans. Does the trees not know that the humans cut you down?
I mean,
surely you know they
have a tendency to cut them all down, I think, so we wouldn't know necessarily, but I'll definitely keep an eye on it. But the guy with the axe is really scary. He beat up my cousin once.
I'll let him know. He thought he was. Actually, he wasn't thinking. But I'll tell him that I spoke to you, and it doesn't feel like a massage.
Okay, it was all bruised up afterwards, but he's okay. He's okay.
Oh, that's good.
Don't let the Axeman come after us, please.
Okay. He uses the axe to kill humans too. So, but anyway.
Does he make books?
No, I don't think he does.
That's good. Makes me a little bit more safe.
Yeah. Interesting conversation. Well, I'm sorry about the man killing the grass. I decided not to bring the grass back because I would only bring it back young and it would have died in the snow. So, but it will come back in the spring.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm glad to hear that you could do something.
Anyway, nice chatting to you. I think I better get back to. We better get back, Mr. Drakic. I think.
Yes. I think that was enough adventure for today.
I have something for you.
Oh, excellent.
And 2 pine cones just fall off.
Yes. Oh, thank you so much.
It's a token of our friendship.
Yeah, well...
An alliance against the Axeman.
Alliance against the... Well... yeah, all of the X-Men. Yeah, they're pretty weird. I treasure the pine cones forever. We're gonna come back here one day for sure.
Sure.
Random mountain number 1 marked.
Now a point of interest.
We're making allies all over the world, guys. Come end the campaign, we're gonna have an army behind us.
Stomp at a time.
Go, trees, fight.
Well.
If only I'd prepared, because I've got the agate and everything. I could have let you walk around, and then you could have just run away from the X-Men. Anyway. Maybe we'll come back another time when I'm ready. Oh, actually, I'll be ready in the morning.
Is Ingwe still a polar bear?
No.
No, he dropped it earlier.
Can't cast spells as a polar bear.
Fair enough.
Shall we get back, Mr. Drakic?
Yes.
Do
we have to walk?
Oh no, I'll just.
Oh, right. Easy then. Right. Hopefully we don't come across Mr. Creepy again. That was very strange. Do you think he was casting the storm? Do you think he was making the storm?
No, I don't think he was. I think he was doing something different. I think he was potentially spying on us. Potentially, just it was a coincidence. But I think we should let the others know, particularly Miss Celeste.
Oh yeah. I do think things seem to happen to us a bit too regularly for it to be old coincidence.
Sean, what are you doing in the meanwhile? All by your lonesome in the forest.
Jean came back with the wood and would have chucked it on. Would have chucked the wood on. Chuck wood.
Chuck Norris. Yep.
Yep. Just keep the fire going, not having a full understanding of how long magical fire lasts. But after they would have left for a bit, I think Jean would have sort of just sat there and been like, by the time we pack everything up and that, I should probably go wake Celeste so we can leave. See how she's doing. She didn't look all too hot before, so like go into the tent carefully, and see if she's still like basically unmoving in the bed. Walk over like a parent does a sick child and like slowly shake her by the shoulder. Celeste. You feeling all right?
So tired.
Something the matter? You're looking. I mean, excuse it if it sounds like a pun, but you're looking a little blue.
Kind of open her eyes. And as she opens her eyes, they're like a milky white. She's just like, I'm just very tired, sorry. And she looks as though when she wakes up, like she's not quite 100% there almost. She's just very much just like groggy and like, are we leaving? Are we leaving now?
I think we were planning on doing so soon, but I mean, if you want to rest one more day, we can push that.
No. It's fine. It's just the weather. I don't do cold. It does something to my head. Makes me just want to crawl into a dark, warm place and sleep through it. But I'm fine. If we need, I just need a minute. If we're leaving, I just need a minute.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, we still gotta wait for the others. They've gone for a little walk in the woods, so if you want to keep sleeping, I'll wake you when they get back.
It might be better if we're leaving to wake up now and try and regain my senses.
All right. You may not, especially feeling how you are, like this too much, but unfortunately, we think it's the best possible plan. But we were thinking you and Ingwe might take the reins. Ingwe will go polar bear, and you climb aboard their back, while Drakik and I will jump in with Bartex, because the storm doesn't look like it's going to be letting up anytime soon. And, if we're going to push through it, I don't think this cart's going to do too well.
Where's the cart going then? In with Bartex as well?
Yep. Or at least the horses.
Right. Okay. That's fine. We've got to keep moving, and Ingwe did say it's going to be a long time until it passes, so...
Alright. Well, I'll just be out here tending to the fire and sorting out everything else. You just holler if you need anything.
Come out and make herself another strong cup of joe.
So you get out of the tent to make a cup of coffee. You notice something off. As you exit the tent, your cart, all the belongings inside the cart has been strayed across the ground like someone has just been tearing it apart. And parts of the ground is covered in black lines. There's no one inside.
What happened? How long was I asleep for?
I mean, this wasn't like this when I got back. At least I don't think so. I mean, it's only been a few moments.
To walk over and start peeling through the belongings and collecting them and trying to see if anything's been taken, if there are footprints in the snow, if there's any sort of sign of carefully avoiding these black vines.
There's no signs of any footprints. There is almost a line of these vines that goes across and around your carriage, but no footprints, no sign of anyone, other than someone definitely tore this place apart.
Is there anything noticeably missing from our belongings? I think most of that stuff would have been in the tent. It would have been just like the traveling gear and the things like that in the back of the cart.
It doesn't look like anything's missing.
Very odd.
Looking at the vine itself, if you were to follow back where it is originating from, does it just continue to disappear into like the woods, or does it disappear like under some snow?
It starts in the middle of your camp, goes around the cart, and that's it. There's no beginning and no end other than where that starts.
Sean will pull out the axe and cut it, just severing it as close to the bases where it emerges as you can.
But as you cut it off, it just kind of turns to ashes and just kind of whizzes away. And it smells kind of briny, like it's been dead for a while almost.
I don't like that. I don't like the look of that at all.
Where are Ingwe and Drekik?
I went for a walk in the woods somewhere.
They're right. I'm going to sending Ingwe. Just where are you both? Something's happened here at camp. Are you both quite alright?
I don't think I can respond because
You're in bear form again.
I'm in bear form. Like I've got I use my telepathy within.
No, you can. It's just any creature with the intelligence score of at least 1.
Oh yeah, okay.
Is your polar bear more intelligent than one?
Oh, glad you're that's alright because I'm still a creature that's very intelligent. We're on our way back. Drekik saw a creature. He thought it might have been the Stormlord, so he wanted to go praying, but it wasn't. It was like a druid that was casting some sort of death magic, similar to what we saw when we went down that well early on when my friends were around. I think it's connected. I can't remember. Tree. Anyway, I'm running with Drekik back now. We'll be there short. I'm glad you're up. Because it was worrying.
Are you okay, Ingwe? You're growling a lot.
I think it's funny because like the sending spell is like 25 words, so it will be the cutoff like every like 26th word, and then resend again at like the 28th word. So it's just like.
It's just the sound like when you had the speakers in old time, then you had the phone in between for the numbers.
The dial-up.
Yeah.
It seems as though they found something. Something akin to when we found those other dark vines. Now I'm looking at them. They do look familiar, sort.
What are you thinking?
That creature that we saw in the sky. That Furbolg, the dark druid. I don't think that they're still after us.
I mean, I didn't, but after seeing this, that does remind me of some shit, so...
We're still wearing our amulets.
Yeah. People can bump into others, so... Doesn't mean they have to use magic to find. I mean, I find shit the old way.
But we're teleported. I suppose we have been in large cities.
Sean's doing a perimeter check. Like, just looking in the distance, whether you can see these two on the approach or anything else. John's axe out like he is ready to fight type thing.
Make a perception.
Right behind you.
20 or 21. I don't remember my modifier exactly. Perception. 21.
Okay. So you do see the two of them coming back, polar bear with the Drekik on top. So I don't see anything else. It is still quite hard to see through this storm, but you don't see any traces of any other people or creatures around you.
Everything all right?
Yeah, I think I see them. At least I hope so. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good at least. There's nothing following them. At least not visibly.
Hearing that, Sean immediately looks behind them.
Doesn't look like there's
Assuming.
anything.
Makes me wonder if perhaps we should try and boycott the city just in case.
I was thinking the opposite. They're going to attack us right out here in the middle of the woods.
Well, last time we were attacked by these, well, not these creatures, but something similar. It was in a city and it almost brought about destruction. They weren't really much help as it was.
Right.
But
Shit.
we feel as though we'll be safer in the confines of the city. It did seem rather enforced when we spied it earlier. I'm at a loss.
Well, if we're at least close on the outside, that should hopefully give us some sort of benefit.
Might be less willing to attack. They're looking for something.
Yeah.
What is it that they're looking for?
You too.
My goodness, what has happened here?
Yeah.
Whatever it was that you were both in search of seems to have made its way here. And what exactly was it? Ingwe was a little scattered in his response. What did you find?
Well, we were like, I thought I saw some guy doing magic on the mountain, and I thought it might have been like a storm lord or something conjuring up the storm. So that's why we went to have a look, because why not? Because I could see it, but Ingwe couldn't, so I thought it was sort of like something for me or something. Turns out, as soon as we were very stealthy, by the way. I don't know how he heard, but we were sneaking up on him just to make sure if he was friend or foe. And his whole head snapped towards us, and he didn't have any eyes. They were like glowing, bluish white ice things. And then I don't know what he did, but suddenly, ow, it hurt a lot. And he was gone. And where he was standing, actually, sort of looked like this. All the black vines everywhere.
Can I try and smell if he's around?
You can make a smell check.
Smell check.
Smell check!
60.
You can smell traces of where he has been, but no current traces of him.
So I'll drop my polar bear form and say, yeah, look, see these vines? I remember them. I remember them from that first time that we saw them when we went down the well, and there was all those people being tortured. And then, do you remember there was also some people that had something like this when when Valentina died. They ambushed us.
They're searching for something. It's got something to do with that furbolg that we saw, the evil nature. There's something not clicking. What is it that they're searching for?
Do you think it has something to do with us? I mean, we keep running into them. We're not trying to run into them, but we somehow keep running into them.
Well, that was going to be my next point. Are we all still wearing our amulets?
Yes.
No.
Right.
Well, like in the city, you said we wear them in the city, and I did wear it in the city, but it blocks my connection to my home. Okay.
It might be worth just putting it on for now.
Yeah. Okay.
And then maybe, I'm not sure how to circumvent that, but I think for the immediate future, maybe if we wear it just to be on the safe side while we're traveling.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll put it on tonight. I'll make sure I'm wearing it.
Can I, out of game question, just as a reminder, where did we get those amulets from again?
The
floating city in the sky above Kingshelm.
That's right. Yes. Okay.
Very trustworthy people, obviously. Nothing shady about them. We trust them 100%.
Without a doubt.
Which we will not regret in any way later.
Look, they saved our ass from a dragon.
A great way to earn our trust, and it has been earned.
Like the guy who saved me from the dark thing in my head, is all trustable feats.
Speaking of,
he gave you your wife back.
People, Miss Celeste, can I just check? Did you actually check the amulets? Magically check and just check that they do what they're supposed to do and don't do anything that they're not supposed to do. I wear a lot of amulets.
I did. Because I think I checked, because there was a couple of things they gave to us, like the Ring of Protection and things like that, and I'm pretty sure I checked them all.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure you checked them all, yeah. There wasn't anything that popped out as unusual.
Yeah, we didn't.
I remember I also did an Arcana check as well on those. I'm trying to find where my notes are, but I'm fairly certain I did.
It's necklaced up now.
It's got bling.
Bling, 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 bling. Look at all these wondrous items.
It's 50 copper over here.
Yeah, so we got, the dagger, Rings of Protection. We got a crystal sphere. Yeah, we got heaps of stuff.
Cool.
Yep.
Cool.
Sorry, John and I were talking. It might be better if we head off. If he's been here, I'm not sure how comfortable I feel staying much longer.
Well,
in one place.
Yeah. I need a rest for a little bit. I know we were ready to go, and I came to see you, but you were sleeping. And then Drake and I decided that we should probably stay the night because you look sick. And then we went running off. I need to sit down for an hour before we can go.
Didn't think that quite through. I forgot there was a limit on that.
No, I did think it through, but I thought we were going to get back here and have time to rest because we were going to stay the night.
Admittedly, I thought we'd get there, have a nice conversation with the guy, and come back. I didn't expect what happened.
Yeah.
Well, an hour is not too bad. We can potentially rest up for the hour, or while you rest, and then 3 of us will keep watch. Because I don't think we all need to rest in this time, and then we can all head out.
Are you both feeling alright as well? You said that something hurt you.
Oh, it was like some necrotic magic. It's probably fine.
Oh, as it is, especially with afflictions such as what you've come into contact with.
It's not like I just got cursed to become undead again. That would be stupid.
It didn't hurt me. It hurt the polar bear, and then when I stopped being a polar bear, I wasn't hurt anymore.
Well, Drakik, how about you sit down as well, and John and I can keep an eye out, and you.
But maybe we should, rather than leaving now, maybe we should leave early in the morning tomorrow, under the cover of darkness.
Well, my only worry then is now that we're all in one place and this man is obviously looking for something. What's to stop him coming back and...
Well, we're in quite a strongly defensible position, apart from the magic. Right now we're in a camp surrounded by a big wall. So, yeah.
But he obviously didn't have any...
for Vartex.
Do you reckon they was looking for Vartex?
Did they only start appearing when we had Vartex around our neck, or were they appearing before that?
No, we met them before we met Vartex.
Okay,
well,
probably
before
not.
we knew we met Vartex.
Oh yeah.
Wait, so they might be looking.
I doubt it. This is something different. They're searching for something, but I don't believe it's what they want with him.
It's more, Mr. Drakik, It's
Yes.
these people were, and I don't know the story because I think it's like one of those stories of shame, where like in my history there were a group of druids that went against the rules, and there was a split in our tribe. I think that they're connected to my tribe, and probably looking for me. Maybe actually they can track the amulets too, like the elders. And I've got 2 amulets. I've got mine, and I've got Barrow's.
Right. So we have evil cursed druids looking for you. Probably.
Maybe
What
we
reason
did
would they
foil
want
their,
you?
we did foil their plan in that first town that we were in.
While this conversation's going on as well, Jean is like listening and whatnot, but he's looking at where the vines were, and he's going to try collect some of the ash that it turned into, put it in a bit of cloth from like an old rations wrap or something.
Sure.
And he's going to also like try dust away whatever he can. He wants to see if it's like affected the ground, if it's left any marks, if there's any semblance of anything like unnatural here, things like fragments of cloth or something that might have been left behind, or if it's left like some sort of ruin mark in the ground or something like that.
Make a nature check.
Nope. 5.
It's hard to see because the snow is also kind of covering everything very quickly. So, I mean, it looks black and like deceased, but it's kind of what you can see.
Yeah.
Well, Drake and Ingwe, why don't you both go and have a rest and have a sit down, have some tea or something, and George and I will keep an eye out, and I'll try and gather these belongings, put them back. What is the plan with the cart? Can we put it in the amulet, or does it need to?
Nah, it'd be too big to go through the door. The door's to like a door size. The horse will be a squish.
Right. So take everything off it then, I suppose, and put it in the tent.
Seems right.
Can we put? Oh, the cart won't fit in your bag either, will it? Or, I mean, Celeste.
So, so my issue is, right, if it's like it's 3:30 now. Like I need to rest for another half an hour. That'll be like 4 o'clock. And if oh no, because wait, I'll tune to this amulet. So you're saying they won't be able to track us because I'll be wearing the amulet, and so even though we move, but maybe they can just track us by like asking the trees, or like watching us. It's pretty stormy actually.
That's how I figure it. And if we do leave, it's getting dark quite quickly. So if you wanted to leave under darkness, then by the time you wake up around 4:30, or finish resting around 4:30ish, it'll probably be quite, dark by then. And then if we need to, we can stop at around 9 o'clock. Travel for a few hours, then stop and rest, and then leave again first thing in the morning.
Travel into the darkness rather than
against it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Alright. Well, keep an eye out.
Yep.
Can I short rest?
You can short rest. The 2 of you keeping guard. Nothing happens for the duration, but we will have a short break as well.
Yeah. I'm going to short rest as well.
We're going to have a short break, and then we'll be right back to see wherever this ends up.
Don't worry, guys. I'll keep watch while we're on break.
Okay. Thank you,
sure.
Tom.
See you in a bit.
Hi! Sorry, I totally didn't see you there. I was too busy hanging out in our Monsters of Mayhem Discord server. Hi, I'm Laura, your friendly neighborhood gremlin, and today I'm here to talk to you about the Monsters of Mayhem Discord server. Monsters of Mayhem Discord server can be found by typing !Discord over in the chat. Over at the Discord we do cool things, like tonight's one-shot. That's right, the cast from today's one-shot were plucked from our Discord like an orphan off the street. So if you want to come and hang out and play Dungeons & Dragons, come do that. We also have not streamed one-shots if you don't want to be broadcasted to the entire internet. We also do that as well. Our mods run kind of one-shots and things like that. Or maybe you're looking for people to play your home game, or looking to form a group of players. Come do that as well. You can poach awesome D&D players from our Discord server. We allow poaching, which is really cool. Or maybe you're a gremlin, like me, who stays up way too late looking at the subtly glowing white screen, trying to finish quests in video games, and you are just left counting down the hours until you have to wake up in the morning, just constantly glancing at the clock and trying desperately to finish that quest before the timer runs out, and then you wonder why you're always tired because you stay up until the sunlight starts creeping through the window. If that's the case, we also have games nights every Tuesday. Come along and play group games with us. You also have the chance to win cool prizes, which is really cool, just for showing up. We have like a leaderboard, and if you show up, you get put directly on the leaderboard. And then if you're a pleasure to play with, or if you win the game, you get points, and those points count towards winning prizes, which is really cool. Or maybe you like dogs, and cats, and reptiles, and llamas. I'm totally serious about the llamas. That's the thing. We have really cool photos of those all up on our Discord channel too. So come look at those. And food. Who doesn't like food? We have lots of photos of food. So if you like recipe ideas, come and hang out and look at those. And we also celebrate birthdays. If it's your birthday, we'll be like, it's your birthday! You're awesome! We love you! So come and do that on our Discord channel as well. Or do you like dice? Can I tempt you with dice, maybe? We have this innate urge inside all of us as Dungeons & Dragons players or tabletop RPG players to collect dice and hoard them up like a dragon. And we post photos of those hoards and really pretty dice and links to where you can buy them if you want to strain your bank account. So come do that if you want to be tempted to blow your life savings. Maybe you play Dungeons & Dragons and have a really cool character concept, or tabletop RPG, really cool character concepts, and you want to share those character concepts with people who will totally nerd out with you about those. Come do that. Or maybe you have a home game and you have this really cool plot point that you want to talk about. Come do that. We really want to hear those stories as well. Just don't let Tom hear any of them because we don't want to give him any ideas, because for reasons. So yeah. Come hang out in the Discord server. Lots of really cool people. We're all really friendly. And if you're not friendly, you get a ban. So it's moderated. It's really active. Come hang out with us. We really want to hang out with you. So yeah, do that. Hang out with us. That's it. That's the ad. That's all I have to talk about. I mean, I can keep talking if you want me to. Do you want me to keep talking? I can. What can I talk about? I can talk about that. Oh, that weird growth that I found living under our kitchen sink. That's a cool story. Oh, or I can tell you the story about how Tom found rats and they were like stealing his forks, which is apparently a true story. Like the fork thief. That's really cool. Or I could talk about the time in the campaign where we realized that the big bad evil guy all along was actually this guy named...
Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount.
The following following ad read was written by artificial intelligence, also known as AI. We here at Monsters and Mayhem do not endorse any outlandish or nonsensical statements as written by this robot, but we hope you enjoy nonetheless. Hi there. Do you love Dungeons & Dragons? We do too, what a coincidence. That's why we created Monsters and Mayhem, the Twitch channel for all of your tabletop RPG needs. Our campaigns are sure to get your heart racing, and our other content is sure to keep you entertained for hours on end. So come and join us today. Do you have what it takes to be a monster? Subscribe to our Twitch channel to share the love and gain eternal power and immortality. With new videos every week, you'll be able to learn everything there is to know about being a monster. We've got you covered, so come over and join the mayhem. It's been a blast exploring all the gory details of monster mythology with you. I hope you had as much fun as I did. If you want to keep the fun going, you can use your Amazon Prime account to get a free subscription to our channel, or become a hero and gift a sub to another follower. Thank you for staying tuned, and until next time, stay scared!
Woo! Hello, hello.
Hello, everyone. Hello
Oh,
there.
yeah. Hello there.
Waiting for Celeste to return with her drinks. Hello, just a ray of trans sunshine. Wow, I had to spell that out. Sorry, I could not say that in one go. But welcome.
Welcome, welcome.
Well, I mean, good
Hello,
luck
just a
writing
ray
it.
of trans sunshine.
See,
Someone can read.
why was that so freaking easy for you?
I love that. I love doing that so much. It's like when I go to sleep at night, I have like all these beautiful plans of what I'm gonna like plan for in my campaign, and then I wake up the next morning, I'm like, fuck, such a good idea. Why didn't I write it down?
I feel like that's some kind of monster that just kind of lives under the carpet that just steals your ideas when you're going to bed if you don't write them down.
I need like one of those.
Hmm.
I need one of those like whiteboards in the shower too.
Reminds me, there's if any of you have played Vampire the Masquerade, there is this clan Malkavian, which is very much connected to insanity and that kind of sort of stuff. And there is a legend that one of them, he's the one who steals things when you can't quite remember them. And the first thing he ate, and he eats them. And the first thing he ate was his own name, so no one could realize it exists.
Cool.
It's pretty cool, eh?
Your character idea. I dibs.
Mm.
It's my next one.
Level 1 word stealer.
Yeah. Just a baby word stealer.
Just a baby.
Just a baby.
Fair enough. Anyway, you all managed to have a short rest. You can click all the buttons if you need to. If you have not already done so, you have healed yourself.
buttons.
Still in the middle of a snowstorm, but you're, you're okay-ish.
Okay. So, I've attuned to this necklace now. Sorry. Sorry about that. Are we sure we want to leave the I can't do that make the stone walls again today. So when we arrive, we'll just have the tent when we eventually go to sleep. But
all right.
I mean, I could also like travel through the night, like just keep traveling. Travel, like travel through the.
It's a tricky situation, right? Because
traveling in the night can be more dangerous, especially if we can't really see where we're going. It's much harder to trek through these woods, but I mean, I don't know what it's like to be a bear.
Really
Comfortable enough doing so.
really good at smelling. But also kind of like I won't because I'll go as a bear. Like when I stop being a bear, I'll still be mentally tired, but I won't be. You know, like if you and I went running all day, I'd get real tired and be real sore the next day.
Sure.
But I won't be sore the next day. I mean, I'll probably be pretty tired if I ran through the night, but I could do it.
Well, I think as long as we get a bit of a distance away from here, I think it might be good to rest up for the night.
If we go, let's say, if it's 4:30 now, go until about 9, and then stop for 8 hours, and then leave straight away in the morning around 4.
Because the other thing we could, like, you guys can rest, and I could, yeah, if we do 4 hours, if we go for 8 hours, so it's like 1 in the morning, and then Celeste, you just rest. I'll put the tent up, and you can rest, and then I'll just keep going. Or do you want to stop for me to rest?
I'd rather us all stick together, because if I'm in the tent, then and you keep going.
No, I mean not rest. Like keep watch. I'll keep watch. And they'll be and Mr. John and Mr. Drecker will be fully rested.
Yes.
Well, then couldn't you go rest and they come out and do the watch?
Yeah, but I'm the only one that can turn into a bear.
He's got a point.
But while I'm resting. So you and
That's
I rest
great
while
idea.
Jean and Drecker keep watch then.
Yeah.
We can alternate.
Just keep moving.
Yeah, I think the bear is more for movement, right? But I can handle ourselves in the snow.
But Miss Celeste, you can rest for a shorter amount of time, can't you?
Yes, so if we get Jean or Drecker out
While you're resting.
While I'm resting, that's only the 4 hours. And then from there you can have a short rest during that time and regain yourself, and then we can move on again.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Okay.
So
resting.
I get the amulet out.
Into Vortex we go.
Great.
Come on. You sneaky horse. Let's go.
I push the
Come on,
horse.
it's a much warmer place. I speak to him and he can understand me, and I try and persuade him to go in the shining death trap.
Right. Make an animal handling check.
Animal
All of
handling.
us, or just him?
Just him.
14.
That's alright. That's not too bad. It takes a little bit of mingling back and forth to pressure this horse to go into this multi-dimensional space, but eventually he gets in the right direction. So who's going into the amulet? Sean and the horse
I believe Drecker.
and Drecker? Okay. So the three of you pile into this ever-expanding room, and as soon as you enter, you see Bartek still sitting there, and he looks like he's painting, it looks like little porcelain cups or something like that. He's just, another hobby. And he's like, oh, well, look at who it is. Oh, I should make this place bigger, shouldn't I? Concentrate for a little bit, and there will be like a staple that appear in one end, and you can see that the space with the foxes are moving further and further away from where he is as well onto the opposite side. So there's a stable adjoined with his living room now, and there's a little bit of a seating area. How long are you guys staying for?
No, you take it, Drecker. I'm gonna take the horse.
Hopefully, like a few hours, maybe.
Right.
We're trying to get through us. There's a storm going on outside, and we're trying to figure out the fastest way possible. And it was for us to go in here while Ingwe transformed into an animal And Celeste, I mean, look, I think you're an alright guy, okay? Celeste doesn't like you, so she doesn't want to come in here. So,
Sorry to hear that.
like she's going to ride on Ingwe.
Well,
How
I'm
are
sorry
you
to hear
doing?
that Celeste isn't really a fan of me. I mean, I am quite spectacular in many ways, but there's always some haters, you know. And I can't really, I can't do much about that. If they don't see how amazing I am, then what can I really do, you know? Anyway, I'm glad that you like me. I like you too, Drekik.
Oh, thank you.
And you too, Sean. I hope that you had a pleasant journey up until now.
Grand.
Great. Anyway, does anyone want to paint some cups with me?
You paint cups? How do you get the paint?
Oh, I just make it in here. It's not a problem.
Oh, I'll paint some cups. That sounds fun.
All right, here's a cup. It gives you a little brush and some bluish paint, and you can paint porcelain cups together if you want to.
It's like a typical 5-6-year-old drawing that's happening.
It's like the handprint.
Yeah.
There's some technique to it if you look at this, and he puts on these little tiny glasses that just make his like eyes enormous when you look through them. And he's like painting all these little like divots and little leaves on it. He's quite good at it actually, but he's probably also spent a long time doing it now.
You're very good at this thing.
Yes, I'm very good at these things. I'm good at everything. I really put my mind to. That's just if you ask me.
After a little bit of that, Sean just waiting on the sidelines, he'll pull out the little bit of ash that he collected in the thing, and he'll toss it to Vartex and just go, "What can you tell me about this?"
Oh, definitely tasted that before. Yeah, that's nasty. Don't want to eat that.
Yeah, no.
What do you want to know?
That came from some sort of vine.
Oh, yeah,
it's way through our camp.
You know, black wines in the ground, eating away all the nature. And yeah, I know that.
Was it some sort of like blight?
I mean, in a way, I guess you can say that. The guy I used to work for until I pissed him off. I mean, not the previous one, but the one right before I met you guys. The guy Colvin, the Furbog fella.
Yeah.
He had a lot of these druid people working for him. They do this kind of thing where they drain the nature with these black mines or something, and then they use that to cast that magic or something. Yeah. I didn't get into it too much. I'm quite bored with druids in general, but yeah. You know, that's anything in particular you want to know?
No. Because one of them came through our camp. Just making sure it ain't looking for us or what it's looking for. I just thought maybe you might know a little more about it, but
oh,
for
well,
the most part, we'd figured that.
I mean, they did try to kill me when I met you, so you never know.
All right. Gotta keep our eyes more open. Ugh.
Well,
you can enjoy your cup.
They're kind of doing their, I don't know what to call it really, their leaders, kind of whatever word he gives to them. So he's kind of their boss, and they're kind of like working for him in some weird way. I never really figured out the system, but they can be quite dangerous. I know that.
Yeah.
So I'm perfectly happy to be in here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've encountered them 1 or 2 times before, so
Perfect.
we got an inkling to their degree of danger.
Yeah, not a problem then. You'll be fine. Just keep me safe like we planned. And then I can go and meet my maker on my other side eventually. That would be, yes, I long for that. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to catch some Z's because we're on a wander right now, and we're going to need to be hopping out in a couple hours, so...
Very well.
I'll take that back if that's all right.
There you go. It's a little wet now. Sorry.
It's all right. It was a little wet from the snow, I imagine. So, Sean will go grab a bunch of hay, presumably in the stable.
Sure.
Better.
There is also extra bits in there, but it's up to you.
Sean will
How's
stick
this
with the
look?
hay.
How's this look, Bartek? Hang on.
Yeah, you have a good eye, but your right side's a little bit off. Yeah, use these glasses. He gives you his little
Oh my
super
gosh!
glasses, and you can just see
Bartek,
every
you're
single
frickin'
grain
huge.
on this little pottery thing. Yeah, that helps, doesn't it?
Oh my gosh, yes, it does.
So you just got the magic item Eyes of Eagle Seeing, right? Or something?
Eyes of the not so blind.
Eyes of that I was blind, now I see.
Well, you can sit there and paint with him for a little bit if you want to. Celeste and Ingwe, you are on the other side.
Just quickly, before Jean and Drake went into the amulet, did Jean give Celeste his cloak or not?
If yes, probably. Sure.
That's fair.
Just to make a note.
That's perfect.
Definitely done that, wouldn't you, John?
Advantage
Yes.
on stealth checks in the snow.
Yes.
Yep.
Definitely.
Because Celeste told him about that when she realizes, so she might have been like, "Oh, that's a very nice cloak you have, Jean."
And it's to clarify, he's lent her the jacket.
Everyone watching, we know what this means. This is a hoodie situation, and you know what's going to happen. Anyway.
You got to be careful when you speak to Faye. If I ask, "Can I have your cloak?" and you said yes, well,
John!
I was like, I gotta kill one Fae at the end of this. Kill another
Mr. Brandon Drakic. No. So what are the two of you doing outside of all of this mess inside the amulet?
So definitely would have packed up everything and put it inside when leaving the cart. So we'll just sort of leave that where it is, make sure everything's off of it.
Yeah. No problem.
Celeste will wait for Ingwe to be ready.
Right.
Put the tent down.
You pack everything down, put everything away in tent.
And then I turn into a bear with straps.
A beer with straps. Okay, so
Beer with
is it like a... What type of beer is it?
It's not often my New Zealand accent comes out strong.
No, that's true. That's true. It's probably one of the first times. No, so you
Great.
turn into a polar bear, I'm guessing, or is it another bear?
Yeah, polar bear.
Turn into a polar bear with your outfit and your saddle and stuff.
And
And Celeste, you jump on board.
Yes.
Right. So the idea is that you ride as long as you can, and then take a break. And
So
assess the
probably
situation.
for about, probably say like 8 hours.
So 4 hours, and then I'll stop for like a couple of minutes, and then another 4 hours.
Okay.
So that's
So-
8 hours uses both of my wild shapes.
So travel for pretty much 8 hours straight almost.
Starting at whatever,
Okay.
4 o'clock.
So, I'm guessing that Celeste is just riding on the bear. He's not really steering, so it's more of a Ingwe situation that he's steering in whatever direction.
But
So I
Celeste
need
will be, as we're going, keeping an eye out just for, things. Like she's not just...
So, Celeste, you can make a perception check with disadvantage because of the storm, and Ingwe, you can make a survival check with disadvantage because of the storm.
Survival. If only I had a rider that could. Oh, damn. Oh,
What did you get, Ingwe?
not in the mood for helpful words. 9.
9? Okay. And Celeste?
15.
So, you travel for about 4 hours before you, Celeste, realize you're a little bit off the direction that you're supposed to be in. You're kind of going straight north almost, where you're supposed to go east. And you point it out to Ingwe, and he corrects from there. And then from there on, you travel generally in the right direction. Travel for a duration of the 8 hours with a short stop. And you can see this city, Kalas, is very close. It's probably a few more hours away. But that's where your 8 hours end. At least you can see that that's where it is. Snow's getting very thick. There's some places where it's like a meter. Some places where it's not so thick. It's kind of building up quite heavily.
Right. Good job.
Should we try and make it to the town to rest for 8 hours, or Tricky and Mr. John will be rested?
We can. Still a few hours away, but if you think we can push it, we'll have to go on foot.
Yeah, we'll rest for an hour and also have a meal in the snow.
Well, what if you were to I suppose we could set up here if you wanted to. I feel as though with the snowstorm, at least our tracks will be covered.
Nah, let's put the tent up. I'm feeling pretty tired.
Right.
And get the boys out.
You put the tent up, and you summon the rest of the boys. Is there anything else that you two would have done for a duration of 8 hours other than sleep and paint porcelain cups with Vartex?
Just talk with Vartex about how he's doing and how I'm doing and all that stuff.
But that's the general thing. He just seems really bored. That's why he's making up new hobbies every day almost. But he seems to be feeling that it's better to be in here than outside right now. Right. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And then the door opens once again.
Oh, time to depart, I guess.
Well, if you do find any books out there of interesting read, just send them my way. I would be more than happy to have a little bit of a squeeze.
Yes. Books. All right. I'm looking for books. Got it. Man. Got.
Interesting books. John steps out. Oh, shit.
It is cold as fuck.
You got the cloak.
And you walk straight into like a meter worth of snow.
Oh, this is brisk even for me.
Are we even going to be able to put up the tent in this? Should I try and clear some ground?
Yeah. Hey, that's a good idea.
I will.
Attempt to get some ground.
Yes. I'll actually use scorching. No.
I can put some bonfires up too.
Okay, well, yeah, if Ingwe uses bonfires, I will then control the flames and kind of like... So, like, the bonfires come up and then they, like, flatten and, like, move in, like, that circle so that they're, like, clear out. Like a 20-foot radius.
A little bit, because there is a lot of snow in that region, but it eventually melts down and it's all good. And you can put the tent up if you wish.
Alright. Thanks for the lending of this, Sean.
No problem. You can have it back when I head back inside. Thank you.
Let us know if you need anything. Ingwe and I will go and get some shut-eye.
Yep, of course. Sleep well.
I will. Go in and button herself up into the bedroll again. Bury herself.
Sure thing.
Before you guys go to bed, which way were you headed? Which way's we going? I can't see shit in this light.
That way is the direction that we need to get to Itna, or Silver Shores.
Yep.
And then if you just look, like, 13 degrees that way, that's where Kalas is.
All right. Perfect.
Okay.
Sean's gonna turn to Draki. Draki, can you stand here for a moment? Just in
yes,
this spot.
sure.
Yep.
Right there.
Yep. Sean's gonna go find a massive stick and bury it in the snow where Drakic is, so that the point sticks out. And hopefully it's tall enough that, even like another half a meter of snow falls like overnight, it'll stick out, so we still have our point of direction. Just, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Sure.
That's pretty clever. Where'd you learn that?
Not my first time in the woods in the middle of a snowstorm. Back where I grew up, weather can get pretty rough, so hunt trips can take days at a time. All right, let's keep an eye out.
So the two of you are going to have a nap, and the two of you are going to have a break. Oh, sorry, have a watch. As far as I understand.
No? I think so. Yeah.
Yep. All right. So a perception check from one of you to begin with.
I'll do it.
Sweet.
14.
Okay. Everything seems to be in order. It's snowing a lot, but it's fine. And your shift pass without any issues.
Okay. I think that'll do me. John?
Yep. I'll keep an eye out for the rest of it.
Right.
Make a perception check as well.
Sweet. Now, I have only 30 feet of dark vision.
Mm-hmm.
Do I do it at disadvantage, or is that okay? Is that clear?
No, just do it with a normal one.
Straight up.
Because this is about, like, what you can see within your thing, I guess.
Yeah. That is a 16? 16, yes, 16.
Okay. You don't seem to see anything out of the ordinary either. Seems to be just another really cold night. Lots of snow coming in. But that's as to be expected. And you finish your shift without any issue.
Hey, Mr. John.
Yep.
The sun's about to come up. I haven't had time to meditate or anything, but do we think we should wake Miss Celeste up and get going? I'll be pretty exhausted, but I think maybe we should have a full day and reset tonight, because it's morning. We traveled through the night. What do you reckon? Drekik? Actually, you're probably a better one to ask. I won't get my spells back, but we'll gain half a day.
Are we skipping the city or going to the city? Did we decide on that?
I don't think we did ultimately, but I thought city was the more likely option.
Oh, I thought we were going to miss the city because we were worried about time.
See, that...
Well, skirt around it. I don't think we're going through it, right? Just...
Oh, we're going, towards the city and then... Yoink!
Yeah, the city's over that way, right?
Yeah.
And I could just run through the snow. There's at this depth, there's not much difference between the road and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Well,
Are we
I was under
going
the
to spend the
impression...
day in the city? Are we going to sleep in the city? Because then we should just go and... Yeah.
I thought we were just going to use it as a sort of point of reference, but we were going to skirt around it. But in saying that, I thought we were doing a complete swap. I thought y'all were going to have a full night's rest, so to speak, while we kept watch, and then you take back over for the travel.
The problem with running through the night, so while you were, I know it's confusing when you got so we left about you went into Vartex about 4 o'clock, right? And then it was like 8 o'clock, and then it was midnight when we got you out. And Miss Celeste's been asleep or meditating for 4 hours. So it's now like 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
I'll go
That's
back
why
to
I thought you were gonna sleep for another 4 hours or so.
Yeah, okay.
I waited till you can get a full rest, and then we'd swap back over.
Yeah, sweet. Got it.
All right.
Okay. So what's your plan?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah. All right. So we'll stay up another 4 hours, let the others get a full rest, and then swap places again, and basically revert to us sleeping and them walking.
Okay. So the two of you pop into the thing again?
Oh, we'll be up for another 4 hours while they're at
Another
the
4 hours.
tent.
We're going to do 2 more watches.
Okay. But,
And then,
yeah. Nothing really happens during the duration of those 2 watches. It seems to be morning. It's very brisk. It's very cold. The snow is continuing to build up, and the wind is carrying it from one place to another. So now there's almost like mountains of snow here, and then here there's a little valley in between them because it just keeps getting moved back and forth now by the wind. But doesn't seem to be anything threatening you or anything of that sort.
all right, head in. Guys, I think it's time to wake up. I think it's a little after 8. Probably start moving again if you guys are up for it.
Yep. Let's go.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Trying to go make sure the little bit of fire that was out there is still going, like a little bit left.
Sure.
Celeste will probably want to make a bit of coffee on it or something before leaving.
Sure. No problem. Definitely do that.
And then, yeah. All right. Let's head in. Ugh. Hello, Vortex again. I'm going to sleep again. Up yours.
Before I go in, Celeste, do you have any books?
Books.
Books.
About what?
Just about anything, really.
Why?
Oh,
Do you want some reading material while you're in there?
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great.
I'm sure that Celeste has a lot of books, but which ones in particular? I'm not entirely.
Which one's going to give to Vartex?
How to build a nuclear warhead? Yeah, check.
The wildest array.
My
John also would have left his cloak sort of hanging in the corner inside the tent.
Sure thing.
I don't know what books. I don't have a list. I need to write a list of which ones that she's collected.
I think you read a lot. I don't think you have that many.
Spells from the darkest ages. Kama Sutra. The greatest tease.
+1 charm.
Have a book on the greatest teas ever made.
Thank you.
It's like Earl Grey. Earl Grey with lemon. Earl Grey with honey. Earl Grey with sugar.
How to cut it right.
Whoever wrote this book was biased.
Coffee.
Ooh, that's different.
Author is a guy who's an earl by the name of Mr. Grey.
Yeah.
My name is Mr. Gray. Would you like to know the tea? Anyway, sounds like a spy name now. Anyway, so you head into the abyss once again.
and you hang out with Vartex unless there's anything in particular you want to do while you're in there. Just let me know. And the two of you continue your journey.
Mm-hmm.
So there's about 2 more hours until you get to Kalas itself. So what is your plan? Is it to enter the city or to move around it?
No.
To completely ignore it? What is your idea?
Yeah, completely ignore it.
Because looking
Okay.
at the map, if we go to Salas, we're kind of like Kalas, sorry, we're kind of making a detour. So we'd rather just kind of do that straight shot across. So probably get close to it, probably within like half an hour of it if we were to go kind of southeast, but we'll just keep heading.
Okay.
northeast.
Well, you get closer towards the city and you can hear that there is like there's bells going off and there's like normal sounds that you would expect from a city. It does look very different. Like it's most of the structures in this city. You can see that the towers, the protective towers around the city, is made in like white stone, and then with these golden dome-like spires that kind of stick out everywhere. Some of it's covered in snow, some of it's not so covered in snow, and then you can see that there's this really large, similar kind of not spire, but this kind of dome, kind of arching up towards the sky somewhere inside behind the walls. And you can see that there's a pretty large statue sticking out as well, but you can't quite see what that is. But it looks like a functioning, bustling city. There's a lot of people coming in and out. There's some farms popping up here and there and around it. And there's some general people just taking a stroll through the grassy areas and snow, and some people who are like moving their cattle and such. It looks like it's just a city. But as you continue, you just start moving further and further towards the shore, and it does become more and more cold as you get closer to the sea because of the wind. I need both of you to make a Constitution saving throw at this point.
Can I make mine as a bear?
If you are a bear, yeah.
Yeah. 19.
Right. And what did you get, Celeste?
No, dirty 20.
And Celeste?
17.
So they're both fine. Like, you can feel that it's pretty cold and such, but you aren't getting like extra tired or anything like that. You're definitely not getting injured by this, but your clothing will protect you from that anyway. But you seem to be fine. You spend the majority of your time as a bear, walking for 4 hours, have a break for 10 minutes, and you continue on.
Mm-hmm.
After about 8 hours, you're getting halfway between Kalas and Silver Shores, I'd say, when that comes to an end and you need to have a break.
Perhaps on the way back we can stop by Class.
Yeah, it smelled like an interesting city.
It certainly looked like it as well.
Mm.
So what
Well-
would it be now? Like 2 p.m.-ish?
5.
Be around 5, I'd say 6, actually, 6 o'clock. So it's starting to get darker now.
Wasn't it 8 a.m. when we left?
8 plus 8 is what? That's
12,
2?
4 o'clock. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 4 hours.
Oh, yeah.
So probably.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Starting to be a little bit more dark than it was before.
Yeah, so by doing this, is that what we think with Celeste? By doing this, we'll gain kind of half a day's travel because we're sleeping less. So our next one we're gonna start in at midnight.
Well, from here, it'll take us, another half a day to get to Silver Shores from here. So we could potentially get there first thing in the morning, or wait until morning and leave and get there around lunchtime tomorrow.
Well, instead of starting a long rest now, maybe we should just keep going until nighttime. Get close and then rest. So travel for another 8 hours.
Well, that would get us almost there.
Yeah, and then rest before we get there. That seems sensible, doesn't it? And get there in the and then wake up and arrive in the morning rather than arriving at night.
Yes.
Okay. Well.
And then we could
have you
be
got anything?
fully ready then for finding travel across to Itna.
Yeah. Okay. Well, have you got any coffee? No,
Yes.
Let's have a quick. Let's leave the boys in with Vartex, and rather than getting them out and setting the tent up, and let's just have a fire.
Right. Celeste will get out her little Keurig. I don't know what she uses.
Sure.
And make a nice pot of coffee.
Okay. So you two are having a break, but your plan is to actually continue?
Yeah. So to have a short rest,
Mhm.
and then double march. So like, I'm expecting that we kind of take points of exhaustion if
There's
we
a
were to
good
get
chance
attacked
at
at the
least,
end
yeah.
of the night. Yeah.
But then we'll be, and when the boys come out, then we'll be like fully ready because we'll be hopefully much closer to the city by then, and it'll only be a couple hours to Silver Shores.
So you have a short break, and you continue on afterwards for another hour before you start feeling kind of weighed down a little bit from the situation. So I need both of you to make a Constitution saving throw.
16.
Me too.
So you seem to be fine for the first extra hour. And then as you move on through the night, the next hour, I need you to make another one.
10.
8.
Celeste, you are starting to see a problem in your math here, and you are quite, I'd say that in this situation, you're quite cold, and it makes you really almost delusional in a way that you start seeing like little flares of light coming into your eyes and stuff, and you're kind of disorientated a little bit, but you take 1 point of exhaustion, and anyway, you're fine. So that was 3 hours into your 8 hours. And if you wish to continue, just let me know. Okay.
Yep.
Another Constitution check, please.
It's funny how my dice rolls keep going down too. Like it's like
Natural
One more
20. 21.
Oh, so you feel still not good, but you didn't deteriorate more. What about Ingwe?
10.
10. So you are still fine at this moment in time. So you pass on for another hour.
So I come out of bear shape at the 4-hour mark.
Okay.
Just because that's what I do.
Yep.
How are you feeling? It's pretty late. 5. It's 9 o'clock.
Winter. It's very cold here. I'm wondering if it might be worth. How much longer have you got in you, do you think?
Well, why don't we just take your amount of time, the time that you need. Yeah.
4 hours.
4 hours.
But I'm thinking if you, depending on how much longer you think you have left,
I can go another 4 hours as the bear.
might be worth swapping out with one of the boys.
Oh yeah, you could go in with Vartex.
As much as I would not like to do that, I feel as though she's got like an icicle hanging out of her nostril. Take it with protection.
That'd make heaps of sense.
Because if you've got 4 hours left and I just need to lay down for 4 hours.
Yeah, and then because the other thing we could do is after that, is I could come and join you. I don't want to do that. Yeah. I could come and join you, and Mr. John and Mr. Draken could just march. That's so dangerous. Okay.
Choices are dangerous, my friend.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's go. I think, or cold, either of them will do. Yeah, probably Mr. John. He's
Right. And I'll step through into the portal.
And if any of you are awake at this point, you can see that Batis is very surprised and is trying to not smile. But he is like, welcome. I'll make a place for you very far away in that corner over there. I'm sure that you would appreciate it.
Sean, I think it might be better if you take over for me. I'm not feeling too well.
Yeah.
Celeste, are you okay?
Tries like warming her by rubbing her arms, shoulders a bit.
It's ice cold.
When you touch her, she feels like a block of ice.
Oh shit! What are you alright being in here?
It's either that or pass out cold somewhere out there.
Yeah. All right.
Both are interesting options, if you ask me. But you are welcome in here in my little humble abode, Celeste Highcrest.
No, shut the fuck up, Vortex. Here, come with me.
He just said she was welcome in here. Why are you being so mean?
See, that's what I mean. Is people have an issue with me being such a successful individual. You get it.
Sean's like carrying her over. First of all, what does this area look like where?
So if you imagine like having a living room here where he was sitting and doing all his kind of stuff, like sofas and stuff, and there's some sofas on the other side. And suddenly now there's just like a stable here, and then on the other side of the stables there's now a little hut.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Here, come in here. We'll get you warmed up. Is Ingwe alright? Is everything alright out there?
Well, we figured if I just need to lay down for a few hours, and then Ingwe can come in, and Drakik and yourself and me can march on foot while Ingwe rests.
Of course, yeah. You sure you're comfortable? Because Ingwe will be asleep as well, I presume. He's going to be resting.
Well, I don't need that long to sleep, and Ingwe's got a few hours left in him for tonight. So if I just sleep until he's ready, then I can come out and march with you on foot.
All right. Yeah. All right. You stay there. You stay warm. Jean will head over to Drakik.
Yes. Is she okay?
Yeah, I think just the weather is a bit much out there.
Right.
But it looks like it might be up to me and you to get this last trek of the journey there. I think we're close. It seems to have pushed on a little longer than initially intended, so anyway, he's going to be coming in and joining. And then
Okay.
I think it's me and you on a march.
On a march?
March.
March. Oh, sorry.
Yes, yeah. Well, I wish it was a march. At least at this point. I'm sure if it was a march, I'd say I wish it was. Whatever. All right.
Righto.
Fuck. Sean did not take the cloak back, and he heads outside.
Very well. So, it's now Sean and Ingwe outside. Drake against the list in the Lion's Den.
I'm just gonna check on Celeste for a bit. Like, I know. Probably not feeling so great being in here. Would you like anything? Can I give you anything? Can I get you something?
just need to sleep, Draki.
All right, I will watch you while you sleep to make sure nothing happens.
I appreciate that. And then she just like falls dead in in whatever space John put her in. She's just like, it's good. Just like sinks into oblivion.
Well, Mr. Drekig, if you need her to have a warm bath whenever she wakes up, I'm sure we have the amenities for doing something like that.
Oh,
I know she really do enjoy her baths, doesn't she?
Yes, she does all the time. Just every time she wakes up, bath, please.
Well,
we should be
don't
quiet. We should
worry.
go over there.
I'll make one for her in the corner over there. With the privacy, of course.
Obviously, she needs the privacy. I've never seen her in the bath, and I don't think she wants to be seen in the bath. I get the impression.
Well, I mean, I understand. I like to be all by my lonesome self in the bath when I'm rubbing on my bits, you know. Anyway. So, any books?
Yes, Celeste, she gave me this one for you. Whatever book Celeste gave me.
Wonderful Life of Earl of Grey. The Lord of Tea. Tremendous Journey from A to Z. Volume 1 of 9.
Now, Celeste,
Jeez.
if she had any books, so that I could bring you something, because, like, obviously we're out in the wilderness, I can't just go into a shop and buy something. But I was like, Celeste, what books you have? And this is what she gave me.
Right. I will
hope
enjoy
it's
this more than you know. Chapter 1.
Chapter 1. How the Earl became an Earl.
My great-great-great-grandfather was born.
Well, unless there's anything else you want to do inside, I will move on to the individuals outside.
Just, get to know the Blue Fox a bit more, but that's about it.
Yeah. Seems to be a little bigger than before, but it seems like it's slowing down a little bit the growth of it, so it's probably getting close to full size.
Cool.
Right.
Nice.
Sean and Ingwe, outside in the cold.
I imagine Jean without his cloak and exited that place like this.
Oh, fuck me! Oh, it's cold out here. All right.
Yeah.
One way. Hey, you going out here?
Do you wanna borrow my cloak?
Yes, definitely. If you're going in, yeah. Yeah.
I'll be a bear. So what? Here.
Oh, thank you.
So I'll hand you my magically warm cloak, which also gives you fire resistance.
Oh,
Oh no, it probably won't give you fire resistance until you're attuned to it. But it'll keep you warm.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
And it looks like it's on fire as far as I remember. There's like little embers coming out of the bottom.
That's right, Cloaker, looking like a badass. All right.
It's not very good if you want to be hiding in the snow though, because it's like you can see it.
Don't worry, my intentions are to get where we need to go as quick as we can. At least that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Oh shit.
So Sean is perfectly fine. You've been well rested. It's a little cold, but it's alright now to have a cloak. Anyway, however, you need to make another con check.
No. 1 for 5.
So you get 1 point of exhaustion. I don't think you get 2 for a 1. No, you just get 1. You have 1 point of exhaustion and disadvantage on ability checks. And now you have gotten to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of the 8 hours.
Yeah, disadvantage. Damn it! Another one.
Oh, no.
So you take another one. So your speed is now half.
It's not disadvantage. It's only
No.
ability checks, not saving throws.
Oh, that's true. That's true. No
Okay.
disadvantage. So just you can re-roll it if you want.
Well, the first one was a 9 plus 4 is 13.
Okay, so you don't take 2. You just take 1. So you just have 1.
Well, then my third one is a 1, so I've made 3 hours.
Okay. So the third one. So that's 5, 6. That's 7 hours out of the 8.
Yeah, and
You
so
can
at that
have
point,
2
when my
points.
speed slows down, I will stop and
Right.
come out of wild shape.
Okay.
Holy shit. You feeling alright?
Nah, that was silly. It's weird. It's a weird feeling because I was telling you about this before. Like, it feels like I've done all the running in my head, but my body feels fine. Like, I've just run for 17 hours, almost non-stop, and my brain feels like it.
Like a mental exhaustion as opposed to physical.
Nah, because I describe mental, like, you know, when you'd like reading in the library, I felt really mentally exhausted. It's like
Right.
my brain is telling me my body is tired, but my body doesn't feel tired. It's weird.
Right.
But then, like,
Yeah, I
I
feel
try
like
and
that's something.
oh,
Yeah. I feel like you gotta experience that to understand it. But I get what you're getting at, but I can't quite wrap my head around what that must actually feel.
hasn't been long enough for Miss Celeste to have rested. How far do you think we are from the city, from Six Shores?
I don't know. And John's gonna take a peek around and try to get an idea based on where we were, how long we traveled.
So probably another 4 hours.
Okay. I think a couple hours away. You know, maybe 4 or 5. I mean, she'd be close to rested if she only needs about 4 hours. So why don't you head back in and send Drekik out?
Yeah, we'll stick to the original plan. I think. Can you go and get Drekik out before I go back in?
Sure. I suppose I can.
Yeah, because I don't think you should be left out here alone with the amulet.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Not that I don't trust you, but just you don't know how to use magic, so.
Nope, fair.
If you can go and get Drekik,
Sure.
then I'll give the amulet to Drekik and.
Through. Drekik.
Yeah. Yep.
You all right?
Yep.
We're up. It's time for us to get to
Talk about
marching.
board games.
I mean, if you want to talk, but you said you weren't. I can tell you that idea.
Well, now we're not sitting down, and I can't read a book, so I guess that's what we're going to talk about, isn't it?
I mean, we're going to be focusing a lot on moving, but if you want to, we can talk about. All right, yeah.
I can go through snow in my sleep, John. Let's go.
All right. Suddenly, we get lost in these 3 days on the trip. What happened? We were talking about board games, and I don't know. We ended up in Ogrelan.
I mean, yeah, it's possible.
Is it? We have to cross water to get to Ogrelan.
Well, none of it's frozen.
Whatever. It's particularly cold here, but whatever. All right. Let's head on out. Ingwe wants you in charge of the band. You know Hocus Pocus stuff.
So 2 of you head out, leave Celeste alone inside the amulet, and Ingwe is going in.
Yeah, when Mr. Drekik, this is how it works. Magical spell symbol to your that close it. Yeah.
Right. Yes. Mm-hmm. Spell symbol.
And then you have
thing.
to look.
Yep.
Be really careful to look after it because.
Look after it. Okay, theoretically, not saying anything. It breaks.
You can't break it.
Well, that's good then.
Just don't lose it.
Yeah, no, because if I lose this, I lose you.
Yes.
And that's bad.
That's the worry.
So don't worry, I won't lose it. Right.
Okay, good. Well, Oh, I could do with the rest. Man. Oh, hot bath. That'd be
Right, let me open it up for you.
good.
Everything looks as you would expect.
I'm really tired, Mr. Bartek. Sorry I can't talk.
That's alright, you just go and have your rest. I'll just sit here and ponder.
Oh, yeah. It's good to have new friends. Did you chat to Renault? He's pretty funny.
Oh, not quite my type of tea. I mean, eventually I guess I'll have a conversation with him.
Yeah. And was it good to hang with John and Drekik? They kept a good company?
Yes, we painted a lot of these little cups, as you can see. There's like a whole stack, like 20 of them or something like that, and they all look like shit. That's Drekik's area, and this is mine. And his looks really nice.
Well, if it's all right with you, I'm just gonna make a bath. And then I'm gonna
Go right ahead, my friend. It's already over there.
I'm gonna try and make a bath.
Nope.
Can't pull one over this day, and
I'm sure you can, but not this one. All right. So you go in and you start your rest as well. And Celeste, you would have slept for about 4 hours, I think, at this point, so your exhaustion would be gone, just as a reference. I don't know if you're trying to... You can remove it if you want. Yeah, have your long
Can
rest.
I just
button.
long rest? Yeah, cool.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything particular you want to do.
I can
Now
just
that people go. You continue sleeping. Yep, that's okay. You have -1 exhaustion point. Right. So the two of you are now outside in the snow together, hanging out. The boys, Storm Lord Club.
Club of the Storm Lord.
And you still have 4 hours to go, roughly.
So, yes, that game you were thinking about. Oh, gosh, it is quite chilly. What were you going to...
Very well.
Your voice is frozen.
Whoop. It's the wind here. Sorry. I was thinking, like, what if there was a game and you called it number 1, right? And each card, you've got 4 different colors of cards, and they each got different numbers, and you have to either match the numbers or the colors. And then when you get down to 1 card left, you have to say number 1. And if someone else says it first, you have to like draw a card. Otherwise, you play the card.
Why don't we just say 1? Why do we have to say number 1? Why don't we just say 1?
Well, I mean, it's a work in progress. I mean, you could say it in a different language, maybe like, I don't know, Dwarvish. Un.
Eins.
Eins.
Just gosh, this snow is quite deep, isn't it? Oh, gosh.
Just keep your mind on the game, off the cold.
So, like, how long? Like, we must be pretty close, though. They kind of dumped us like several hours out of this city or anything, yeah?
Yeah, just a quick 4 or 5 hours, I think.
Okay.
After about 4 very annoying, cold, and long hours, you eventually arrive at Silver Shores. It looks like a fishing village, majorly. There seems to be an inn there called the Rundeer, or the Rundeer, and there seems to be a bit of liveliness. A lot of the outfits here of the people who live here, that's very furrish, like they have a lot of furs and pelts and such like that to keep them warm. Clothing in general look a little bit different. It's very much focused on keeping people warm, for sure. But yeah, you have arrived at the Silver Shores.
What time would it be about?
So it would probably be around 12, I'd say, at this point. Yeah.
Like midnight.
No, it'd be dawn.
Day.
Yeah, so 12.
in the morning to the afternoon.
Alright. I think we should let them out before we go in and cause a fright. Some sort of magical battle, right?
Why did we not stop at the town?
Well, we got here faster, right? Well, we can stop at this town for a bit.
Yeah.
We can-
Yes, let me just try and open this. What was the symbols again? Oh gosh. This stuff right there. Good work.
So you managed to open the amulets, and Ingwe, you can have a long rest as well. Media room. I think that would have been 4 hours. You don't need more than 4, do you?
No, I do. I need 8 hours.
Oh, so you would still be only 4 hours in.
Yeah.
So if you're still sleeping, you're still sleeping, but Celeste, you're definitely awake if you need to be. Nope, Celeste is still napping. Right. It's like you just left.
Should we let them out outside the town? Avoid any fear, or should we head in, maybe find a room or something, and then come let them out?
Well, we're already letting him out, I think.
Oh yeah, you already put it up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just, you turn around and there's a big, massive portal door open.
Just looking through the powder gates, like, should we in there? Or, oh shit. All right. I'll head on in, I guess, because in case that shit closes.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
Vortex, you ever sleep?
I have been known to do that from time to time. It's been a few years now.
Right. I don't like that. All right. I'll go find Ingwe. Well, no, I'll leave Ingwe be for now. I'll go find Celeste first, knowing that she's been in here for longer. Go wake her up, make sure she's okay. Celeste, you doing all right?
You're back already.
It's been some hours, some time.
Where
Good news
are
is
we?
we're there.
Oh, good. That's good. I'll make my way out then.
All right. How long? No, never mind. Don't you worry. You were sleeping. You head on out. Drakik's out there. I'll go see if Ingwe wants to go now if he needs a bit more rest.
Right. I'll stand up and your cloak like falls off. I'm like, did you you didn't take your cloak back?
It's fine. Ingwe sorted me out. He lent me his. I figured you needed it, so.
Thank you.
Of course. You keep it on you for now. It's still cold out there. You take that.
Appreciate it.
Of course. Like someone dropping someone at the door, Sean like watches to make sure that she goes. In most cases, it's inside, but in this instance, outside. Okay.
Right.
So I'll make my way over to the door and step out.
Right.
Morning, Drakik.
Morning. How are you doing? You're looking particularly different today.
Am I?
You're blue.
Yes. Winter's not kind to me. Just makes me want to sleep for a very long time, very deeply.
You mean like a bear?
Similarly, yes.
Okay. Well, you do what you do.
Well, what is the plan? Where are we going? Are we...
Oh, we're here.
Right, are we finding... I just need to wake up, sorry, do we want to go and find a tavern or something and...
No, tavern's a good idea. Taverns are warm.
We can get some coffee and
Some
devise
mead will
a...
warm you right up. Honey
Yes.
mead. Honey mead is good for that sort of thing.
Oh, well, I think Jean was going to check on Ingwe, so we'll wait and see if he comes back out. I don't want to close it on him just in case he wants to join.
Yes. But if you want to go now, we can close it and go. But if you want to wait, we like.
Are we like at the city gates?
It's not quite city gates. It's more like a little bit of a fishing village. There isn't quite walls or gates. It's just a collection of houses up on across the how should I say, like the shores of the ocean. There is different types of buildings here. There is what looks like probably like a handyman shop or something like that, where you can buy like supplies of some sort. And there is this inn. The majority of the other buildings are like fishermen shacks where people are like ice fishing or where they are literally just living.
What I was looking for is like a what are they called? I don't want to say brazier because that's a bra. Like a braise. What are they called? With like the things with the
Bronzing.
Yeah, brazier.
Yeah.
It is a brazier. Yeah.
Yeah.
The things where they
Not
have
a
like
brazier.
brazier. Okay. Yeah.
It is French.
Like,
If you say it in a French accent, it's a
Brazier.
bra. If you say it in a German accent, then it's the fire.
Yes,
yeah, like
you can find something like that. There is still
Yeah.
stuff like that around.
Just
It's more
while we're
like a
waiting for-
campfire here and there built around the city just to keep it kind of... so you can go and stand there for a little bit. And, you know, there are people living there do the same thing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's not so much like it has a function by itself.
yeah, I wouldn't like wander off and go find the tavern. I'm just like going to navigate towards one of those open flames and just stand there waiting.
It's not a problem. There's definitely something like that around. Anyway, however, you have 3 points of exhaustion. If you wake up now, you might get a 4th.
No, only 2. Why do I have 3
Oh,
points of
I thought you failed. Oh, you only failed twice.
Surprise!
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Ingwe, you're
Maybe even
dead.
4.
Well, you have 2 points of exhaustion, and if you continue, there's a chance you might get a 3rd. So, do you want to be woken up by John?
I figured like anyway resting it because he's like I'm changing my spells and stuff as meditative. Like I'm imagining John arrives and there's like to the bathhouse and there's just like Ingwe's things hanging outside on wooden pegs. And you just hear a sound from the bare necessity is a simple thing.
I don't know if I should disturb him.
What? Vartex, how long has Ingwe been in here for?
Oh, probably the last 4 hours, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave him to rest a bit longer. He was out in that grueling cold for some time.
Well, just don't forget about him. It would be awful if you stayed in here with me the whole time.
I trust him with you. I don't
Oh.
trust some of us here with you.
Well, I'm a very handsome fellow, so I understand.
You're right. I mean, you talk in that sense, just don't get his hopes up. Jean will walk out. Yeah, Ingwe ain't been in there all too long, so I think we'll leave him to sleep a little longer. He really pushed it through that cold last night.
Okay. Yep. He likes Bartex. Sure, he could stay in there a bit longer.
He's spent several nights in there alone. I'm sure he's fine. All right.
That smells like chloroform to you? Anyway.
Should we head over to that Rundia? I can't see. Is that an E? Is that 2 E's or is that an E and an A? It's hard to see.
Yeah.
Deer. Is there a picture of a deer anywhere nearby?
No.
My glasses have been so foggy these past, several days. It's
It
so
is.
hard to read now.
It is Rondier.
Wrong.
Oh, Rondia.
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 E-I-E-R. Yeah, we should get closer so we can read that properly. It's very misty and whatnot with the snow.
I could definitely go for a drink
Yeah.
to wake up a little, and then I figure to get warm, wake up, and then while Ingwe's finishing sleeping, we can try and organize passage, perhaps for tomorrow morning, or whenever they're going out. I suppose it'll take a few days via boat to get to Itna.
And, I mean, a small place like this, it might take a few days before there's anyone who can take us as well. We might be chilling here for some time.
Unless they just lend us a boat. We'll see.
Of course, yeah. Alright, let's go warm ourselves up. Ooh.
Okay.
Head inside.
So head inside the Rondia. And there's a few things that strike you as you enter. First thing is that it's a very tall place. There's usually it's a little cramped ceiling-wise. This one's a little bit taller than you would expect it to be. It is quite colorful. There's lots of reds and blues and greens painted on certain things. So there's a little bit of a decor thing going on. It looks like that's the style of this region. A lot of the clothing is also very colorful, like woven shirts of red and blue and stuff like that, and really furry hats and such. And there's a lot of people sitting in here. And the first thing you notice is how quiet it is compared to listening to that freaking storm for the last 3 days. And that's really nice. And it's really warm in here because there is a big fire in one end that's warming up the room. Second thing is that it's not noisy because everyone is looking at you as you enter. Everyone is just sitting there with their pipes and their food, and they just stop what they're doing and just looking at you as you enter.
Well, hi there.
What do the looks look like? Is it fear, surprise, animosity? Like, what's the...
Make an insight check.
Arousal.
Yeah, they
also do it.
Insight. Oh no, natural one.
It's probably that they're happy to see you.
19 for Drekik.
They are not happy to see you. In fact, they seem to be eyeing every single one of you and then going back to whatever they were doing, ignoring you.
Does Ingwe's cloak have a hood?
I think it does. It is a cloak, so I would say that, yeah, sure.
Yeah, because I was going to say, otherwise Sean pulls up nothing at first. I think that's, oh shit. No, Sean pulls up the cloak, puts the hood on.
I'm just going to lean over to the other dude.
These guys don't seem to like strangers. Follow my lead.
As Brekig walks forward, John turns the opposite way and just finds the corner. Just goes and sits down.
Right. No. Okay. So what are you doing, Drake?
I'm walking up to the innkeeper.
Okay.
And just...
Hello.
Okay. So the bar itself is a little taller, like you probably would sit on some of those chairs. To really reach the bar to you, it probably would go here, I think, like where it's out of your neck. And there's an individual that comes out from the other end, and he's like a half-elven man, and he looks very like... People here, they look like they're pretty sunburned from probably the reflections of snow and such like that. And he's very black hair and such. He has a few tattoos on his neck and such. Most of them are like sailor terms, like there's an anchor and there's a little boat and some prayers to the god of the seas and stuff like that. And he's like, what are you strangers here for? What you need, eh?
Well, I mean, we're just passing through, but,
Right, well, pass on through then.
I was just wondering if we could have some mead.
Some mead? Sure. It'll be, how much do you need? How much do you need?
3 cups of mead?
3 cups of mead? That'll be 10 gold, please.
We had how many gold?
10. That's 10 if you don't know how to read.
How much is 1 cup of mead?
3. That's special if you get 4.
I only have 3 silver.
Right, well, you can't get anything for that. Anyway,
That's a very expensive mead.
well, it's a
I
very
guess
good
it's
mead.
not local, is it?
It's very local.
Very well. Could I just quickly ask you? People around here, I've got the impression when we walked in that people don't seem to like us, and I was wondering if it was something to do with us, or if it was just something to do with people in general, or just...
What gives you the idea that no one here likes you?
Oh, I just got the impression with all the glares.
I don't see a problem. They're just looking at you.
Oh, that's fine then.
Would you want us to do like a dance? Do you want us to like make a happy
Do you want me to
first
do a
customer?
dance? I can do a dance.
Looking for discounts? You're looking for all that sort of stuff?
No, not discounts. Just you know what? I'm sorry I bothered
That's
you.
good. You're not getting any discount anyway.
Yes, I figured it's all right. Look, have a pleasant day. I'm going to go talk to my friends, see if we can rustle up some gold.
Yeah, that would be a good start, wouldn't it? Like, spend some money, get to know people. Take me out for dinner first.
Would you like to go out for dinner?
No, I wouldn't. Fuck off.
All right.
Walk back to the group.
They hate us.
What?
It costs 10 gold for 3 cups of mead.
Said 4.
Oh, 4 cups of mead. It's not even a pint. It's just a cup.
What did you do?
Nothing. I asked for some meat.
I'm going to look over and look at the barkeep. Kind of look him up and down. Is he looking at us, or is he sort of just...
He seems to be looking at the other guys, kind of like giving them like a, yeah, I told them off kind of thing.
I am cold. I am tired. And now people are trying to extort us. I don't know if we want to make any... Well, I was going to say I don't know if...
Start a bar brawl?
No, I'm not going to start a bar brawl. All we want is service, shelter.
Well, do we have 10 gold? I can get that meat.
Celeste is going to stand up and kind of make her way over to the table. I'm going to just like look back at the group. Looking at the barkeep, do I recognize any of like the insignia on him in terms of like the tattoos or the prayers or anything like that?
Yeah, I'd say you do. It's very generic stuff. It's like anchor because of hope and stuff like that. It's pretty simple, and the prayers are just like for safe passage back and forth between wherever they want to go. It's not like he has a gang symbol on his neck that you would recognize as anything specific. It seems more like the fisherman. There's a few other people who do have tattoos similar to that as well, but it's not quite like organized in that way. It's not something that stands out to you as weird.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Hello.
My friend was telling me that you're looking to charge us 10 gold for some mead. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you want it for cups of meat, yeah, that's 10 gold.
Why?
It's the stranger discount.
The stranger discount or the stranger tax?
Oh, call it what you want. We don't know you, so we have a special price in place for certain people that we don't know.
Is that specific to this establishment, or is it through all of Silver Shores?
Oh, it's pretty much the same in the whole city.
Don't appreciate custom?
We don't appreciate customs?
Yes, custom, patronage.
Oh, yeah. But you have to earn the, how should I say? You have to earn your rite of passage if we are to treat you as like-minded souls. It's a tradition. Let's just say it like that.
Been traveling a very long time in the frigid cold. What do we need to do to earn that right?
I mean,
want to use up for a fist fight, maybe one of our owners here would be able to step in and see if you're worth it.
Celeste will look over towards Jean.
Drakic's ears. Drakic's like,
John was like playing cool, and then it's like fist fight, and John's like,
Drakic's like, roll.
It's the best.
We're looking to get passage from here to Itna.
Oh wow! And you definitely need our help.
Not exactly. So if my friend were to compete in this fist fight, do you think you'd be able to help us find that?
Well, I mean, it depends on the outcome of the situation. If he's completely shit, then probably not. But if he's not completely shit, then it depends. Depends.
Take you up on that. She's not even consulting now. She turned and looked and she was like,
Well,
she's cold and she's tired and she's hungry.
I can throw in these 4 drinks here for free too if you are actually interested in fighting. I don't know if you are. You don't really seem, no offense, like the physical kind of type. But I mean, it's up to you.
Depends what type of physical, but potentially.
That's a whole different story, young lady. But that won't work on me.
Trust me, darling, you couldn't afford it anyway. But
Well.
yes. Jean, would you be a dear and come here for a moment?
Yeah. What do you need me for?
Apparently, we're being charged a stranger's tax. But if we are to prove ourselves worthy, we could raise that and become friends rather than foe.
I mean, acquaintances is the next step, but it's enough to you to trade for normal prizes.
What sort of task we gonna do?
Oh, you gotta get physical. You gotta show someone who's boss. Yeah, you might actually look the part. It's gonna be interesting.
I got the cloak, not actively holding it, but I'm trying to somewhat disguise the crystal arm, somewhat.
Sure.
Is it you by chance?
No, I don't really do that kind of stuff. I'm just a barkeep. It'll be one of our ring champions, probably.
Oh.
Or maybe the owner,
Alright.
actually. The owner might sometimes want to jump in, so it could be him.
I mean, sure, I guess. Yes, I could swing the old fists around a little. Why not?
Cool. Well, you do have to make a little bit of a, how should I say, you have to make a little bit of a bet too, so we get something out of it other than humiliating the shit out of you.
Sure.
I bet
Just
all my
saying.
money on John.
How much is all your money there over there? 20 silver?
3 silver and 70 copper.
That's not really gonna cut it, is it?
So, let me get this right. If we win, we get the rights. But if I put down a bet with it, I will also win back double the bet. Like as if it was a regular wager.
You get the rights to trade in the city as a normal individual if you win, and you get your stuff back. If we win, we get your stuff,
Okay.
and then we
So
continue
what's-
on charging you the price.
What's the minimum for this? What's the charge for this then?
Well, let's make it interesting. What do you want to bet? How much do you think you're worth?
No, I insist. You wouldn't like what I think I'm worth.
Oh, well, I mean, anything above, anything below 1 gold is probably not going to cut it. So.
Oh,
But I mean, if you're not good enough, I mean, the silver is
No,
worth,
no.
I guess.
oh, a gold? Sure. I'll tell you what. I'll put down 2 gold. How's that? 2 gold for my bet to enter. You sure you don't want to make a bet out of it and the winner takes all? Because I could put down this and I'm load 250 gold onto the table. I mean, just in case if you lose, you give me 500, I get my 250 back. You give me 250, and we work out the rest of the deal. But if you're so confident, you can walk away with 250 gold.
That's pretty interesting. Let me just check. He takes out a little stone. Hey, boss.
we have someone here who wants to bet 250 on himself. Are we able to? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, sure. You got it.
All right. Cracks a neck, removes the cloak now, and passes it to Celeste, now revealing his crystal arm.
Cool.
I'm ready.
That's pretty impressive. That's a pretty big fucking arm, man. Yeah. It's almost like you're trying to hide it while you're making this discussion.
Can I insight this guy to see how confident he is in winning?
Sure, make an insight check.
I don't even think we need to make an insight check. It's gonna be like a fucking ogre or like a giant or
21.
something that comes out of the back.
Okay. According to him, Sean's done.
John, I don't know who their person is, but I think he's quite strong. Okay, I'm just letting you know.
Well,
What are
We
the
can-
rules for this wager?
well, it ends when someone goes knocked out and no one else interferes.
All right, that's both sides, right?
Yeah, no one's going to use any fumbly weird magic, but we are keeping an eye on you, so if you try anything funny, we're gonna have to fuck you all up. But that's a whole different scenario. I'm sure that you're nice individuals traveling around, but 250 gold is a lot of money.
All right.
You sure about this, Sean?
But you have
Yeah,
to shake my hand if you
sure.
believe it. You're up for a challenge?
I shake your other damn hand. I ain't touching your spit.
It's a tradition. That's to seal the deal, you know. You do
I-
the same
I-
thing. You
I
spit
do.
in your hand too, like.
Ugh.
Oh, that one bounced.
And then he'll shake the hand.
Okay. Yomi, you got one! And you hear the ground moving. And behind him, there is I wouldn't call it a door, I would call it more of a sheet that opens up, and this creature walks out forward towards you. He's wearing like a vest and a little necktie, and he has little shorts on. It's very woolen. He has like two giant tusks coming out of his head, and he has elephant-like features. And he has his long hair in a ponytail behind him. He's like, "Oh, that's gonna be interesting. Oh, it's been a long time since I kicked someone's ass." And he walks
Celeste
into the
is
room.
going to reach over towards John as he hands her the cloak and going to pull him close and kind of like lean up to whisper in his ear. You drive this fucking snow into the ground where it belongs. I want a fucking drink. And give you a bardic inspiration, which you can use for. I've got not the magical one, the improved one, which is any ability attack roll or saving throw.
Okay.
Can you make a
D8.
sleight of hand check, please? Celeste?
It's not magic. It's just words.
I mean,
Because it's not a spell. It's just a feature.
right.
Ooh.
Fair.
Oh!
It's just like imbuing you with like confidence.
Right. Do you want to
And I
keep your
can't
armor
use it.
on, little one, or do you want to take it off? It's up to you. I just don't want to damage anything.
Naked Barbara!
Are they
I'm not
wearing
gonna go
armor?
naked.
Are they wearing armor?
No, he's just wearing like a suit.
All right. Let me check. Because I don't know if I have armor or not right now, actually.
I think there was some swapping around at one point, but I don't know how far it went.
No, actually, no, I'm not. I don't have armor. I gave my armor to Drakik. I got my unarmored benefits.
Okay. Well,
Now, the only thing I'm curious about is my arm can be turned into a shield. But I don't know if that's magical or not.
that's your armor class time, so you have to pick one per round of combat, if we say it like that. Cool.
Yeah.
So, he walks into the side of this room, and they start making a square around you, and everyone's like cheering and starting to drink. And the other two of you get the 4 drinks as well if you want to keep going. And he's like, "Well, I will let you hit me first."
I bet my chainmail on John.
So I'd say roll initiative, but I let you have an surprise round.
Okay, cool. So let me check, because I think I might have a feat that gives me a benefit with initiative now. No, danger sense. Okay, cool.
Celeste is also going to start playing a tune, like a very Dave Harvey band type tune.
It's not a good roll, but thankfully I've got a great bonus. But a 14.
14. Okay. You get the first surprise round, if you can say it like that. He's just standing there, getting ready. And he is towering over you. He is huge.
Combat-wise, what size is he considered?
He's still, I think he's large. Let me just check.
Give him the old one too, Jean.
Medium. He's actually only medium for some weird fucking reason. Thank you, D&D. Weird.
He's just a big old medium.
He's just the biggest medium you can ever be.
Large, yeah. All right.
That's weird.
I was not expecting tactical combat, but here goes. All right, Jean is going to walk up, and you really want to give me the first hit. You just want me to hit you.
I like punishment.
Boom, before he finishes the sentence. Swing.
I like punishment.
Reckless. I'm going reckless, which gives me advantage on my melee attacks, but he has advantage against me as well.
Okay.
First attack is a... my arm is not in shield mode, so I'm double fisting, which means I do the improved damage. It is a 19 to hit.
Hits.
Sweet. That is... Where's my D8? Where the hell's my D8 gone? There it is. Alright, that is 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then I cock my arm, same arm back, and I go for another shot. This time I'm going for the sort of center of the chest in the hopes of pushing him back like a foot or two, thematically. Same reckless. Oh, that one's cocked. That is a 22 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Which is a 3 bludgeoning.
3 bludgeoning damage. Okay.
And because I will bonus action rage.
Sure.
Which I should have done at the very beginning, but right after, then swing back down. And because why not, I'm going to action surge as well, let off another 2 punches straight away.
Go for it.
Okay.
There you go.
It's mentioned that the die can be used on damage, just as a note.
It can be used on damage?
Nope, you can do that if you want with any of the other ones, or whatever. That's up to you.
You got 10 minutes for it.
Perfect. Okay, that is a 17.
Hits.
Okay, sweet. If that can be used on damage, I'm going to be using it.
It can.
Inspiration D8, right, for you now? Yeah, okay. So that is 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right.
And then I'm going to go for my last attack, which is a 22.
Definitely is.
Also inspired you earlier, just saying.
Yes, yeah. But that can only be added to rolls, right? Like attack rolls. And
yeah, so that's all that D6 as well.
Yeah. And that is 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
7 on top. Okay.
Oh, sorry. It's an additional 4 because I'm raging, so there's 2 extra damage per hit.
Cool. 4 extra.
So, yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. You just hit him everywhere in his body, and he just takes it and stumbles back a little bit. Oh, that's mighty impressive, little one. What was it you said earlier? Maybe you'll see this as a massage. Boom! And he starts hitting you as well. And he has advantage because you went reckless.
Yep, yes it does.
First attack is a double crit
Oh shit!
because he crits on 19 and 20, and that was a 19 and a 20. So you take 10 points of bludgeoning damage from the first hit.
Sweet, half to 5, right?
Yeah.
Sweet.
And
Cool.
second hit is going to be a 27 to hit.
27 hits.
And that will be 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ooh.
And third
The
attack
wrong guy.
is going to be, I'm not sure. 15. Yeah, that would be 23 to hit.
Yep.
And that's 16 points of bludgeoning damage. Oh, and I actually forgot to double the damage with the crit. So the first hit you took was double.
It would have actually been a 10.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
And he just smirks a little, and then he action surges.
Guys, you bet on
And
the wrong guy.
24 for the first of those 3 hits.
Yep.
And that's another 10 bludgeoning damage. Second
Sweet.
one is a 19 to hit.
Yep. 19
And
hits.
that is 14 bludgeoning damage. And the third one is another critical. And that is 11, so that's 16 bludgeoning damage. And that is his turn. And now
Almost
we
half
will-
my health.
Yep. And that's where we will leave it for tonight's episode.
What the fuck?
No one wants to take my bet on the chainmail. Okay, I'll just keep that in my pocket.
Oh, okay. I'll just put that aside,
So-
I guess.
So he's taken a few hits, you've taken a few hits.
Ooh.
Yep.
Well,
That's where we'll leave tonight's episode, just to make a cliffhanger a little bit different this time.
Fuck.
He's a mean one.
Yeah, he's a bit of a tavern brawler too.
It may not have been a good thing that I was watching Dragon Ball before. Well,
Yeah.
It's easy. Let's go. Super Saiyan. Ah!
That's right.
Fuck.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
My sleeves.
Oh, for fuck's sake. And you just see every time Sean gets hit, he just gets moved back like inches every time. It's like, boom.
It's less like you had one frickin' job.
For now, at least, we'll leave it there until next week. But
Sweet.
let's roll for some rating.
Reading.
18.
Oh, I just 17. Why do you always roll so high for raid?
4.
I just rolled a natural 20.
Oh,
Let's put my dice back.
Hang on, let me roll some digital dice. That's where my power lies.
Oh.
What did Jacob roll?
4. I think I raided the first 5 in a row and then have never raided since then.
yeah, I got like
Right.
one here or there.
Digital dice has given me a 2.
Me too. I rolled a digital 2 as well.
But you also rolled a natural 20, right?
Oh no, my first roll was an 18. Then I put my dice back in the box and it was a 20, and I digitally rolled and it was a 2, which tracks.
I think 18 is still the highest, right?
Yeah, she's still the highest.
Celeste once again.
Hell, yeah.
Hells yeah, boy. And things in that case. Is anyone actually playing besides? Yes, okay, there's 2 games going on. So there is Sparhawk Games doing Monday and D Day. Sorry.
Cute.
Monday and D Day, and it looks like they are doing a Starlight Children's Foundation charity stream. And then there is the Eldritch Scribe, who are doing their Kingslayer game, which they're on episode 43 of the Odd Festival.
I'm going to flip a D2.
Flip it.
Sweet.
Going to flip a d2. So on the 1, it's Eldritch. Was it Eldritch Scribe? Eldritch Scribe, and then on the Kraken, it is Sparhawk.
Sweet.
It is the Kraken! Sparhawk it is.
Sweet.
It has been chosen.
Oh.
The Kraken hath decreed.
Very fitting considering where we are currently.
I feel like John's trying to punch a Kraken at the moment.
Yeah. Me too, don't worry.
It's a bit, big hide.
I literally got the unarmed fighter strip. I was like, sweet, I do d8 damage unarmed. I'll be sweet. Oh no.
Well, it's an interesting combination when you have 19 and 20 as crits.
Yeah, I do the same thing. That's the thing, but I didn't really. Yeah. Sweet. One more level, and I would have been comfortable.
I mean, it's not over yet.
Yeah. Well, we're good to go.
Okay.
See you guys tomorrow.
Woo.
See ya.
Yeah.
Monsters and Mayhem in chat.
Discord, join it, all that stuff. Bye.
Bye. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I want to keep going.
It's just because Sean's getting his ass kicked.
I just love playing.
Well, you walked into that one, Sean.
Oh yeah. I was like, I know this is going to be a tough fight.